The meeting is now live.
Thank you. It is 6 p.m. I am hereby calling to order the successor agency meeting. We will begin with roll call. Ms. Fritz.
Yes, Board Member Mendoza.
Present.
Board Member Gonzalez is absent. Board Member Ballin.
Present.
Vice Chair Pacheco. Absent. Chair Fajardo.
And I am here. We do have a quorum. I will move to approve the agenda of the successor agency meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ballin. Roll call, Ms. Fritz.
Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez is absent. Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco is absent, and Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Do we have any public statements, Ms. Fritz?
We do not have public statements for the successor agency this evening.
Thank you. Therefore, I will move to approve the consent calendar. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mendoza. Roll call, please.
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez is absent. Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco is absent, and Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Is there any agency discussion? I see
Nope.
none. Is there any staff communication?
No staff communication from the successor agency.
Thank you. Therefore, I will move to adjourn the successor agency meeting. Does anyone second?
Second.
Second by Ballin. Roll call, please.
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez is absent. Board Member Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco is absent, and Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Our successor agency meeting is adjourned at 6:02 p.m. I will now call to order the regular San Fernando City Council meeting. Ms. Fritz, once again, we will begin with roll call.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Gonzalez, he is absent. Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco, he is absent, and Mayor Fajardo.
And I am here. At this time, we will all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Going back to the agenda, I will now move to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mendoza. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez is absent. Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco, absent, and Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. We are at our first presentation today. There are one of two. The first is an Education Commission Certificates of Recognition, Students of the Month. I believe that this is being led by Education Commissioner Nicole Moore.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor Fajardo. So today we are acknowledging 3 students, and so we have the students and their parents and some of their teachers here with us as well. I'm going to go over our elementary school winner first, and then our 2 high school winners. First is, actually, let's see if our elementary school winner is on here yet. Is Leah on here?
She just sent me, hi everybody, she just sent me a message. She's logging on right now.
Okay, I'll skip to
Commissioner Moore, I have a very long list of participants waiting in the waiting room, and I need to know the teacher's name.
Oh, okay, so the student is Leah Cortez, and she probably has parents.
I have the students and yourself on. However, I have a list of
Yes,
other.
there's a teacher, Edmir Castano. Sorry.
It's Javier Cortez, Rosie, last name with the P.
And then Mr. Foley is the teacher of Andres.
Okay, so we have Castano.
Yeah, that's Jason Portillo's teacher.
Okay. Is there a Mr. David Mike Meager? That must be for another item, sorry. Malcolm Foley,
That's for Andres Bernal.
okay. Monica Bourne? No. Jeff Austin?
I don't think that's this item.
Okay, so do we have all the teachers that you had planned?
I think so.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and skip to high school, and we'll go back and give our elementary school winner a chance to join us. So our first winner this evening is Jason Portillo. Jason Portillo is a student at the Social Justice Humanitas Academy, and he was nominated by Mr. Castano. And Mr. Castano said that Jason always comes to class with his camera on, with a positive attitude, ready to learn. He advocates for his peers and points out tech issues. In fact, during the first day of class, he informed me that we have an emerging bilingual student who would benefit from translations of class materials. He's kind, compassionate, and has demonstrated leadership in the online learning space. I'm privileged to have him in my class. So Mr. Castano is joining us, and I'll be delivering your certificate later this week, Jason. Sorry about the delay. But I wanted to give Mr. Castano and Jason just a quick minute to say anything. Mr. Castano, if you'd like to go first.
I mean, I said it all in what you read. Pretty much, I'm very lucky to have Jason. It's my first year teaching. So having a student like Jason goes a really long way, and just reminding me of what I'm probably missing, because I don't know what I don't know. And it's great to have a student like Jason who will let me know what I don't know. So it's been a really pleasure to have him in my class.
Jason, would you like to share what you think the secret to your positive outlook is?
Well, right off the bat, I'd like to say, well, thank you to you guys and Mr. Castaño, of course, for, you know, nominating me for this reward. But I mean, just a little bit about why I do it. It's just, you know, I see the situation we're in now. I see how a lot of people can benefit from the help from others, right? And there's not a lot of people doing that. So as long as one person, in my opinion, in my mind, as long as one person is out there, at least trying, going out their way, helping out others, you know, it goes a long way for, you know, a specific person per se, or a group of people. Yeah, I think that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you so much, Jason. We are so thrilled to have you here in our city. And I know our city council members are so proud of you. They'll save their comments for the end when we get through everyone. But thank you so much for being here. So stick around. Don't leave the meeting yet. And then our next high school winner, we chose two this time because we just could not make up our mind. And since we didn't have a teacher spotlight, we decided we could go ahead and do two high schoolers. So our second high school student of the month is Andres Bernal. Andres is a student at the Academy of Scientific Exploration. He was nominated by Mr. Foley. Nice to have you back, Mr. Foley. And Mr. Foley said that Andres strongly advocates for himself in a positive way. He demonstrates growth mindset because he approaches his failures as a way to improve himself rather than succumbing to defeat. He is currently working diligently to improve his GPA and does not give up even when he doesn't get it quite right the first time. He has not let the challenges of distance learning prevent him from attending all of his classes consistently. He maintains a good, positive self-image, even though sometimes teachers at other schools have had low expectations of him. He also maintains positive relationships with the ASC staff, even during distance learning. His video calls and his big warm smiles warm our hearts, especially given the fact that we seldom get to see students in person. We miss seeing his big smiles and being surrounded by his positive energy. Andres' positive attitude serves as a model for his family members and teammates. And now I'll hand it over to Mr. Foley.
Hi, good evening, San Fernando City Council. Thank you guys again so much for having us. So yeah, I mean, what you said is pretty much it. One of the things that I will say is, you know, being at the school without students, we were kind of having this experience of, wow, the day is really long and it's really boring here. What is missing? And it's the students, the daily interaction with the kids. And so Andres is one of the kids that would come in Like every day he would always come and visit the office, and he would really just, his aura of positivity would just really change the atmosphere. And so we really appreciated that. And so we really wanted to honor him because he takes that with him everywhere he goes, whether it's in his classroom or whether it's on the football team. He is just a tremendous force for good. And so we just wanted to honor him and recognize the hard work that he puts in. And in terms of the distance learning, which is, it's hard all around, but especially on our kids, he shows up every day to every class, and he has just been on it. So we just really wanted to honor him and give him a shout out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foley, and thank you, Andres. I'm a teacher myself too, in addition to being a commissioner, and I know that attendance, cameras on, and big smiles are the most important things right now. So we really appreciate you and your positive contribution to our community. We know that it means a lot in everything that it brings to our community. So the last student, it looks like I don't see her on, but her teacher is on here. So hopefully she's watching and we can get her in here in the next minute or two. But meanwhile, I definitely just want to read the contributions that her teacher made. So finally, our elementary awardee is Leah Cortez. And Leah Cortez is a student at O'Melveny Elementary. And we actually had quite a few nominees from O'Melveny this month. So Leah should feel very honored because it was a very tough decision. Ms. Raza said that Leah has shown a positive attitude and leadership qualities. Her energy is infectious. Having class through Zoom has not stopped her. She is determined to lead small group discussions and even lead her own small breakout rooms. Her willingness to go above and beyond is admirable. Leah has mastered the mute button, both during Zooms, and she jumps in and out of discussions, making all class discussions interesting and fun. She's even stayed after class to try something new so that she's able to teach others. And then during class, she's willing to share her screen so that she can model and help to teach others. Her positive energy shines through even on the screen. So, we are sad that Leah could not join us on Zoom today, but Ms. Raza just wants to say a word or two about her, and then I will get her certificate to her later this week.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Moya. I really appreciate that. To the City of San Fernando board members, I really appreciate you taking the time to acknowledge our students that are working really hard. And it's not easy for our elementary kids, nor for our middle school or high school, but to see the little ones master the skill to split their screen, to share what they've learned in kid-friendly way so that the other kids can learn it, and to guide a small group discussion is really admirable for Leah. So I'm really, really proud of her. I think she might be on the YouTube one, so I think she's watching it live. So thank you, Leah. I'm really, we are all very proud of you. Thank you so much for doing such an amazing job, and your positive attitude and friendly smile every day really makes a big difference, and the willing to learn, because we're all, you know, during this challenging time, it's really scary to make a scary move or mess something up with technology, and she's willing to take that risk and learn and teach others. So thank you.
So that's it for my presentation. You all have my virtual applause. I'm proud of you all, and thank you for being such a positive contribution to our community.
Well, we're all very proud of them as well. It's, I mean, at a time like this is so wonderful. It's good to see you all. You really warm my heart and encourage me. If you could do it, I'm going to do it. I know where to go for help with each of you guys and young lady. Thank you.
I'd like to.
Any other comments from the council? Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Leah, Jason, and Andres for your achievement here, and that I'm glad that we're able to recognize you, especially during this time of COVID and distance learning. It is difficult being on these meetings and in class during this time. And your leadership skills, your helping others, sharing your knowledge with others is so important during this time. Your positivity, and just hang in there, be those leaders, continue your being positive, and you know, because you can bring a lot to your class during those difficult times that others might be having. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of the City Council, I also wanted to thank you for all this great work. It's an honor to have you here and to see the great leaders that will emerge in our communities. And we're really proud of all of you. We hope that that you stay involved, and we look forward to seeing you succeed. Thank you. So I think that Ms. Moore left, Nicole Moore left. And Nick, does this conclude this portion of the first presentation?
Yes, yeah, thank you to all the students and teachers. We appreciate you taking the time, and we will be moving on to our next presentation. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
There he is again.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, the next item on the agenda is to receive an informational presentation regarding the November 3rd, 2020 general election activity updates. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation for you as well. Just share my screen.
Now, I've heard 25 million people have already voted. Is that true?
I can't answer that question. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah, early voting's been on for a while now. Yeah,
25 million.
across the country. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I do not have that update, but if you wish, I can provide it. All right, City of San Fernando 2020 general municipal election. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, there are only 14 days remaining until Election Day, and the City Clerk's Department would like to present to Council tonight a brief PowerPoint presentation of the latest campaign on social media. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. And just a tiny interruption. Public statements is officially closed now. It is past 6:15 and we have no calls in. However, we do have 2 public statements written that I need to read in. How would you like me to proceed, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I believe that this proceeded, unless I'm mistaken. Let me take a look at the agenda.
That's correct. Public statements is directly following this presentation.
Okay, so I will continue.
Yeah, so that's why, so you don't have to worry about it just yet.
Okay.
When we do get to that point though, I will certainly notify you.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry if I missed it, but did somebody make note of Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco's arrival?
Yes,
I don't think that I made note of it.
Okay, okay. All right, so noted then.
Okay, thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Padilla. Thank you.
The city has been posting campaigns on social media via Instagram and Facebook announcing the ballot box locations, the city's and the vote center information. The city's election website page contains in-depth information about the topics that I will be touching on tonight. Now, here is a picture of the final placement of the ballot box. Very nice, next one. And here's a Pioneer Park. That's the official placement. And staff wanted to make sure the community could easily identify where the boxes were, even though they are large and yellow. There are some directional signs that we placed in some strategic areas in order to direct community members to the box. Ballots are picked up from the drop box beginning now and every 48 hours. As election day nears, ballots will be picked up every 24 hours. Only staff members from the county elections division will retrieve the ballots from the boxes. Ballots are then securely transported to the Central County Receiving and Processing Center in Pacoima, then to its final destination, the county's Downey tallying location, where the ballots will remain for scanning and tabulation. Here is a floor plan of a vote center. Vote center guidelines to ensure the community's safety due to COVID-19. Voters should wear face coverings while inside of the vote center and while waiting in line, indoor or outside of the vote center. Hand sanitizers and sanitation dispensers will be available. Social distancing will be offered throughout the entire voting process. Voters are encouraged to take measures to limit the amount of time spent in the voting center. A way of limiting the time is voters should check to make sure the voter registration is correct online and there's the information right there. And there is a interactive sample ballot where voters can access and mark their selections on their personal devices and it will generate a poll pass with a QR code. You will bring that poll pass with you to receive, you will bring the poll pass with the QR code and scan it into the ballot marking device at the vote center. And that is to speed up your process while in the vote center. There are 3 ways of returning the completed ballot: return by mail, a drop-off location at a vote center, in person, and a ballot box. Citizens are encouraged to sign up for the California Track My Ballot free service, which allows voters to receive, via text message, email, or voice messages the status of when the county receives their ballot and tallied. Today, October 19th, is the last day to register to vote and be able to receive a printed vote by mail ballot. Eligible non-registered voters can still go to vote at a vote center to register and cast a ballot via the conditional voter registration. Please keep in mind that that would be 2 to 3 weeks for the conditional voter registration to be counted. As of the last report of September 14th, 2020, the Secretary of State shows that San Fernando's total number of registered voters are 12,001. An update will be published towards the end of this month. Door-to-door campaign guidelines were issued by the county's public health officer, and this shows only a portion of the notice outlining the permitted but not recommended category. The full document is available on our website. Also, for lost or damaged ballots, you may contact the registrar's office. If someone happens to send in their ballot and their signature is missing, the county will send that individual a notice with instructions on how to fix the situation and return the ballot so that it is counted. Again, I wanted to remind everyone that electioneering is not permitted within 100 feet of a vote center. Electioneering is defined by the California Elections Code, section 319.5, and it describes it as any visible display or audio dissemination of any information that advocates for or against any candidate or measure on the ballot within 100 feet of a vote center, an elections official's office, or a satellite office. This includes displaying the candidate's name and logo, display of ballot measure number or title, buttons, shirts, signs, stickers. In addition, no person on election day shall, within 100 feet of a vote center, solicit a vote or speak to a voter on the subject of marking his ballot. Per Elections Code, section 18370 defines 100 feet of a vote center as meaning a distance of 100 feet from the room or rooms in which the voters are signing the roster and casting ballots. And please be assured that there will be a yellow marking tape of sort where they'll show the 100 feet at each voting center. Who's lost? I went over briefly about the signature verification. And finally, visit the city's website. We have a plethora of information on elections. If there isn't any information that we've recently put out or that the elections has officially put out, I will be sure to get it on there if you've checked and want additional information on there. But our elections website is pretty thorough. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Ballin?
Yes. Julia, is a drop-off box considered a vote center?
The 24-hour ballot
Yeah.
drop-off boxes,
Yes.
the permanent ones, no, they're not considered a vote center. Vote centers are considered the in-person walk-in.
So standing there holding a sign, vote for Sylvia Ballin or vote for measure, that's permissible?
I would have to defer that to City Attorney Padilla for that. I'm not sure if that's considered an actual.
I think it all turns on the definition, and I'm trying to actually look that up here because
Well,
I know we've had discussions about that, and I want to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can find it momentarily. If
Okay, we can get back to that. I have another question. I'm wondering, again, we had another hit piece on 2 council members, incumbents. And what do you, this is an education for me. What recourse do the council members have when the hit piece obviously is filled with lies? Is there recourse?
The only recourse that immediately comes to mind is to, again, file a complaint with the Fair Practices Political Commission. And outside of that, there is not a regulation, I believe, for verbiage on mailers. If City Attorney Dilla can confirm that.
Okay, so it sounds to me like you could just lie, and you can designate yourself as a former vice president of the United States, and that stands as far as being deceitful as far as your profession. And my next question to you, Julia, is on October 14th, Siv Ashkenazi, who owns several buildings, or he's the landlord of several buildings, he sent a letter out to the tenants and, of course, asked them not to vote for 2 candidates and stated that these are the 3 they should vote for, vote no on Measure SF. And some of the tenants reached out and they sent me a copy of the letter he distributed. And they were very concerned because they feel that they will be evicted if they don't follow through on what he's asking of them. And obviously he's not a resident. He doesn't have a vote, but that just does not seem like ethical behavior to me. What are your thoughts on that? And Nick, I'm willing to hear whatever you have to say because it really concerns me that when landlords choose to do this and subtly bully their tenants, and the tenants are afraid of being evicted, what recourse?
No, so I think all of that again, there are in Rich can jump in regarding, the FPPC and how to file a complaint there. I do also, but I do want to, all of our votes ultimately are confidential. So, no one has never obligated to disclose who they voted for. And I would 100% encourage everyone to vote who they think is the best candidate, regardless of what someone else tells them, and also do their research, and make sure that if you do get a flyer, that it does say on there who paid for the flyer, and you can look up, the organization and their stated goals of the person, of whoever sent out a flyer. If there isn't identifying information, then that means they're not registered with the FPPC potentially, and then I would discount that information because there is no, it's not a registered political action committee. That being said, again, you know, I hope that everyone does have a right to their political opinion, and everyone has a right to express their political opinion. That being said, I do hope that everyone knows that how they vote ultimately is confidential, that isn't shared with anyone else, and you know, urge everyone to vote for who they think is the best candidate. And I was stalling a little bit for Mr. Padilla. Hopefully he's been able to look up the answers about the vote center, and also if he has any, you know, additional things to add regarding, you know, if someone gets into a conversation with someone and feels like they're being, you know, pushed into voting a certain way.
Yeah, right. With respect to that, I mean, a landlord may have the right to tell his tenants that they don't want any signs up for an election, but it would not be permissible for the landlord to necessarily prevent a tenant from, if you're going to allow one tenant to put up one type of sign, you sort of have to do it equally. As far as coercing tenants, I mean, to vote a certain way, you know, if somebody feels that they are being threatened in some way to vote a particular way, I mean, that is something that's definitely reportable, both to local authorities, the district attorney's office, but also to election authorities, you know, as a potential violation of somebody's civil rights and right to vote. With respect to the polling station statute, I'm still trying to kind of chase down the definition of electioneering has a bunch of subordinate definitions, so I'm trying to just get a precise take on this, bearing in mind that this idea of polling boxes is a bit of a new idea this year in California, but I should be able to chase it down. My sense is that it probably is not a good idea to be engaged in electioneering, you know, certainly next to the box. And I would caution against that, but I can try to have a more definitive answer before the end of the meeting, and I'll pass it along to whoever is interested in that information.
And I agree with that, Richard. I can wait till the end of the meeting, but I just have that concern about the letter from the landlord and the tenants that are feeling intimidated and forced. And I'm glad that we're addressing it. And the hit pieces that are not factual and information that's going out and is not factual. So thank you very much. And Nick, I have to say you're 100% right. People have they shouldn't be afraid. The vote is very confidential, but do the research, because a lot of these this information that is going out is, you really need to do your research. Find out what candidate you really want to vote for, and don't believe everything you read, because someone has an agenda, and don't fall into that trap. That's what I have to say. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I just like to find out what days, you know, they pick up the mail from the ballot boxes every 48 hours, but what days in San Fernando and what time is it picked up? Do you have that information, Julia?
Councilmember Mendoza, the time is not specific, but as you know, they're going to many different ballot boxes to pick up the ballots. The day also, I can find out if they have a specific day as to when they arrive. I believe the last time they were here was last Thursday. So with that being said, most likely they have picked up today, but I will definitely confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. I like where Councilmember Balin was going with this in regards to the boxes. I don't understand why they wouldn't be included in our rules for electioneering, and I'm assuming we're going off these rules that we're stating off of electioneering are coming from the county. They're not our codes, are they?
The electioneering statutes are actually found under the Elections Code section 18370. And there's a companion section which essentially says that you cannot engage in electioneering, which is basically, campaigning within 100 feet of a polling station or what they call a satellite location. And I suspect the boxes may qualify as a satellite location. I'm just trying to verify precisely where they fit in. Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, council members, I just received a confirmation from Jeff Klein, who was the presenter with the Los Angeles County Elections Division, and he confirmed that the ballot boxes are considered. And the 100 feet does apply to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I think that's great. And then for future reference, I know we just discovered right now that they're considered satellite voting. If we can actually clarify that in our code in the future, even just for future elections or anything else that may come down the line, that way it's just very clear that these ballot drop boxes are to also be included in this.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I want to start with the fact that I myself have taken advantage of the Track My Ballot online tool, and I found it to be pretty useful. I highly recommend, those who are interested in, tracking your ballot once you let it go. It's kind of a neat thing to use. Going on to our own, local elections here, and on dovetailing off Miss Ballin's comments, unfortunately, outside spending and independent expenditures have really exploded in the last 6 to 10 years. Under new Supreme Court precedents, the Citizens United case decided along a conservative 5-4 majority in the Supreme Court, has basically directly led to a surge in independent financing. And what this really means for not only presidential elections, but also local elections like here in San Fernando, that as long as there's largely no quote unquote coordination with a candidate, these groups can spend nearly unlimited amounts of money from unknown donors. They use nonprofits as a shell to keep their donors anonymous. And there's also other groups like super PACs who do disclose their donors. And so, this is really an issue of election financing at the highest level. And it is something that our country is really grappling with. A lot of the issues at the center of the Citizens United case revolved around the First Amendment and your right to get your message out, right? And so what this has led to in little local elections like ours is that special interests can, spend lots of money on ads, and as long as they don't coordinate with candidates, they can say whatever they want under the, First Amendment. So it's just a troubling development. I do encourage everybody to really read up and get as election literate as possible. I'm still learning so much, and there's really a lot for us to do as citizens to preserve our democracy and our right to vote. Definitely call your representatives in Congress and push for election financing reform. That is something that there is strong support for. at the grassroots level because of how unlimited donations from unknown interests, corporations, and so forth really drown out the truth sometimes. But I really want to just kind of wrap up my comments on that issue with those words. And then I just have a simple question, and I don't know if anybody on staff might actually, or perhaps any of the council members, the mayor, out of, I think the number was 12,000 registered voters. Ms. Fritz, is that what she had mentioned?
Yes,
In
that's
San
correct.
Fernando?
Mhm.
Do we happen to know what the high watermark was with total votes cast ever, or like recent elections? Do you know how many San Fernando usually gets cast out of those 12,000?
Well, in the past, the averages ranged from about 2 to 5,000 residents. I believe the most votes cast were for the measure MJ in March. And I believe that might have reached, I think, City Manager Kimball, about 7,000 votes cast.
I think it was close to that. It was in the 6,000s.
Wow.
So,
Okay. So yeah, all right. So we're under 50% basically in terms of eligible voters that actually cast their vote. Very interesting. We'll see how the numbers shake out after the results and see if, our residents here might have actually voted at a higher level than that. But thank you for the presentation. And again, I encourage everybody to, vote early and go ahead and take advantage of the tracking tools and really make a plan to cast your vote. So thank you again.
Thank you. So the total number of people who voted, unless we're looking at different numbers, but the total number of people who voted in March 2020 was 3,772. And that was 31.1% of voters and 42.3% of households. It looks to me as though the highest number that I can see from past elections was when Obama was on the ballot. And I take that back. It was not when Obama was on the ballot. It was back in 2016. It was Hillary v. Trump. And so generally speaking, that was a 53.7% turnout of voters. So generally speaking, San Fernando hasn't had ultra high numbers compared to other parts of the nation, although it certainly isn't on the lowest end of the spectrum either. As far as the total number of ballots received thus far, I looked it up earlier. It was about 1,400. Well, Ms. Fritz, you seem to have close communication with the county, given that you got an answer so fast. I'm curious as to when those ballots have been counted through. So for example, if the count today was approximately 1,400, is that from every ballot received as of last Monday, or is it every ballot received as of this Friday? But there's obviously some kind of delay. So it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, but that would be interesting to know that we're already at a fairly high number given where we are in the election cycle. As for the involvement of super PACs, I mean, it's something that I have opposed since even before I was on the council. I think that Citizens United is unfortunately one of the nails that has really struck the heart of our democracy, because it gives corporations a voice equal to residents without taking into account the disproportionate power and influence that some corporations have. And so I know that in a normal election cycle, whether I was an incumbent or not, without a PAC, I would be pretty much unstoppable on almost any circumstance. But these are basically used, these PACs, to dilute information, to falsify information, to confuse voters, and to essentially hurt the democratic process. Having said that, this is the Citizens United era that we live in. And so I do recognize that that is a circumstance that I cannot change. But I do appreciate this this update, Ms. Fritz. And if you could find out about that number, that 1400-ish number, as to what date that is counted through, that would be helpful for all members of the public. And so, having said that, I believe that we are done with this presentation, unless there are any other questions or comments. I see none. Let me go back to my agenda, but I believe that the next part of our agenda are the public comments. Let me see this very, very briefly. I apologize, my computer is slow to load. But going off memory, we are now at public comments. Ms. Fritz, do we have any public comments to read today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, we have 2 public comments that have been submitted. And I'll go ahead and read. The first one is from Liana Stepania. She is the library manager. And she states, flu vaccinations are recommended for all persons 6 months of age and over, including healthy children and adults. San Fernando Library will be providing free flu shots on October 21st between 2 to 6 p.m. Our service schedule has changed. On Tuesdays, sidewalk service will be provided between 12 to 7 p.m. to allow for evening pickups. The rest of the days of the week, the hours remain the same, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The next public statement we have is Maria Panduro. Honorable members of City Council, with COVID and social distancing guidelines, I'm wondering if the City of San Fernando is going to continue to look the other way regarding the Halloween events that occur every year on Orange Grove between 4th and 5th Streets that attracts hundreds of people. Last year, it was almost a carnival event with vendors selling food and people partying in the middle of the street between 4th and 5th Streets. To date, I cannot say when I have seen a police car drive by for safety reasons. Last year, my worry was gun violence. This year, it's the virus. Hopefully, respectfully, Maria Morales Pendero. And that is the last statement that we have.
Thank you. I was able to pull the agenda. We have concluded our public statements. As always, decorum and order are printed in the agenda. And we are now at the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think that second was by Mendoza. Roll call, please, Ms. Fritz.
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. We are at administrative reports. I will have to leave today at approximately 8:15 p.m., give or take. However, if we do have a party waiting to present for item number 4, I would like us to proceed to that as our next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have Metro staff that will be presenting this item tonight. And I believe Julia is the city clerk is letting them in as we speak. So if you can just give us a few minutes to get everyone settled, and then we will allow them to share their screen and provide the presentation.
Thank you. We have a whole lot of boxes join us. So given that we just had half of our screen, or it just keeps growing, or half of our screen double, with whom would you like to start, Mr. Kimball? Mr. Swift? Yes, I apologize that I couldn't see last week. I had a terrible cold, but feeling much better.
Oh, good.
Yeah, great to see you. And if you would like to lead us on this presentation.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fajardo, and thank you to the council members. It's always a pleasure to be back in San Fernando, although we wish we were with you in your city council hall chambers, but we appreciate this opportunity. I'm joined by a few Metro colleagues, as you indicated, Mayor Fajardo. Our Senior Executive Officer of Countywide Planning and Development, David Meager, is here. Our Project Manager, Walt Davis, who is a very familiar face to you at this stage, overseeing the planning phase. My colleague, Monica Bourne, who is going to be building the project, so here she is. And then a newer colleague, my community relations colleague, Tito Corona, who is the San Fernando Valley Area Manager, and also will be doing the construction relations for the project. And he is actually going to run our PowerPoint tonight. I think you have it as well, Mr. Kimball, or Tito can pull it up, whichever you prefer.
Yes, actually, he and I communicated right before the meeting, and he said that he would run the PowerPoint there.
Okay.
So
All right.
here we
So
go.
we'll pull it up. And I'm going to turn it over to David Meeker to kick us off and do some introductory remarks, and then he'll kick it to Walt Davis, then back to me, and then we're all here to answer questions that the council may have. So with that, I will give it to David.
Okay, thank you, Karen, and thank you, council members. Last time I was speaking to you, I believe was late 2017, early 2018, when we were preparing our draft EIR, the draft version of this environmental document. And at that time, the image you see here actually had a bus rapid transit on it. So as a sign of progress, I hope it's encouraging that the board adopted light rail in 2018 and asked us to go forward and develop the project as a light rail project. I also remember earlier than 2017 when we were looking at bus rapid transit in this corridor as an orange line extension, and the line was going to go straight up Van Nuys Boulevard all the way to the 118 freeway. And at the time, that was when high-speed rail was looking to use the San Fernando Road right-of-way. And when high-speed rail realigned themselves and went a different direction, that opened up a portion of the right-of-way that we thought would be good for the light rail line and would actually allow us to make a left-hand turn from Van Nuys onto the right-of-way and extend the line to the city of San Fernando. So we are excited by this opportunity. The final EIS is a long effort. We had to work with the Federal Transit Administration, who's the lead federal agency, and we're looking to get this environmental document cleared by the end of the year, hopefully, so that we can actually clear it environmentally in the federal side and get federal funding with whatever new stimulus or funds might be available in the new year after the elections. And so we're keeping a close eye on opportunities in Washington. As you may know, we have had some financial setbacks as a result of COVID and the sales tax revenues in LA County. So we are introducing an operable segment on this project just to San Fernando Road in the event that the full funding isn't there to build the project in one single phase. But we're hoping that the funding might show up sooner and we can build a single phase project all the way to San Fernando. And so that's why we're excited about getting the environmental document completed so we can actually see if we can get some additional funding and build more of the project sooner. But I would just like to use that as an introduction. Walt Davis is our project manager. He's been our project manager on this project for at least 7 years now, I believe, maybe 8 years. So I'll let him lead us through the presentation, and then Karen will come back and talk a little bit about the outreach efforts we're undergoing right now to get all the comments from the city of San Fernando and the city of Los Angeles and all the stakeholders along the route. So I'll turn it back to Walt for the next slide.
Thank you, David. I told I only have a few minutes, so I'll be kind of fast. For those of you who date back 7, 8 years, this map on the left is what we affectionately call our spaghetti map. You may recall it. When we first came out with it, I know the city council didn't really like the Sepulveda option because it also used brand. But after a lot of meetings, a lot of discussion, a lot of technical analysis, we got to the preferred alternative in 2018, which is your map to the right, which is 9.2 miles starting at the Metro G line on the south, 14 at-grade stations, and concluding at the Sylmar San Fernando Metrolink station to the north as it passes through the city of San Fernando. Now I'm going to show you a couple of pretty pictures, if you would please, because a lot of people have told me they can't envision what a train would look like on Van Nuys Boulevard through the city of San Fernando. So if you're standing just south of the Metro G line and about 8 years before the opening of the Olympics, and you're looking to the northeast, this is going to be very similar to what you'll be looking at. The Metro G line, formerly known as the Metro Orange line, will be grade separated and it'll be above ground. To try to make the connection as seamless and as safe as possible, we are recommending that we put the station in the middle of Van Nuys Boulevard, directly underneath the Metro G line with vertical connections, and just try to make it as convenient as possible for our end users. The next slide, please. A couple more good-looking pictures. This is one of the busiest intersections that we'll have throughout the alignment. This is what Roscoe might look like if you introduce light rail to the center of Roscoe Boulevard. For those of you who drive Van Nuys Boulevard, you might notice that we are narrowing it down to 2 lanes, but we are keeping left-hand turn pockets at major intersections. And the third rendering I'd like to show you, please, Tito, next slide, please, is our connection to the Metrolink station. I'm sure you're more interested in the Metrolink station at Sylmar San Fernando, but this is how it might look like at Satakoy, just south of Satakoy, as we connect to the Van Nuys Metrolink station. I will say that I wanted to do a rendering of the station at somewhere San Fernando, but we're still kind of laying out designs and we're not really sure how it's going to connect, and we don't want to spend a lot of money for drawing that might only be good for these meetings and then may change. And this one we're a little bit more definitive on how it'll look like. Okay, the next slide, please. The end of my pretty drawings. This is a map that we just put together, and actually I showed this to Nick a couple weeks ago, and he had us updated. He told us that some of the instances of COVID are quite higher than we had thought. This is the East San Fernando Valley Transit Corridor, and we had learned that, we know that equity-focused communities is a big deal with the county, with the country right now. We knew that this one went through some challenging communities, so we wanted to highlight that. So we overlaid this map with some of the communities that are equity-focused, and as you may see, the green overlay shows those communities. Pretty much the only communities that are not is Pacoima, and those were real close to the criteria but didn't quite make it. And then I jumped ahead of myself, the COVID. The darker brownish orange colors, which is inclusive of the city of San Fernando, is where we had more than 3,600 confirmed cases of COVID. I know there's a lot of essential workers in this area, and they paid a big price for doing a lot of work for this county. But just shows the equity-focused communities and that we're going to be making a big investment in this community relatively soon. Some of the good news, 41,000 jobs in the corridor, and the project, once it opens in about 8 years, will expand access to health care and educational opportunities. Next slide, please. Okay, we did have the LPA chosen a couple of years ago. Before the LPA was chosen, we held public hearings at which we received over 900 comments, inclusive of a letter from the city of San Fernando. Thank you. Some of the most common comments received, the most common was opposition to maintenance storage facility A. I don't think you're really concerned about that. Traffic congestion concerns were the second most common comment we received for people who had concerns about the project. We do recognize there are going to be significant traffic impacts when you introduce class 2. When you introduce 26-foot SWAT down Van Nuys Boulevard and add 2 lanes to a railroad right away where there's only 1, we do know there's going to be traffic impacts. We're hopeful we can mitigate some of our own impacts because we can carry about 4,800 people an hour, and that's a lot more than a travel lane can carry, and hopefully it'll even out. Right away and displacement, that was a third highest concern that we received, and we remain committed to continue working with the city of San Fernando. I know you still have some right away issues. We resolved all the issues that pertain to industrial lands. Casco, I know, was a big concern, and it's still our intention not to take any property from any of those industrial properties. And then active modes of transportation. We received several comments related to pedestrians and bikes. I might add before leaving the slide, we received most common comment was support for the project. People like light rail transit and they wanted to see it sometime in the near future. So that outweighed the concerns. Next slide, please. Okay, 1.3 billion in the Measure M plan. When inflated, that comes up to 1.6 billion. That's inclusive of about 405 million that we've secured from the state and SB1 and STIP funds. The project has no federal funds, but as David mentioned earlier, we did environmentally clear it, so it is eligible for federal funds. So if any future stimulus money becomes available, this project will be in a good position to compete for those funds. I am asked quite often about the cost estimates. To be real honest, we don't know. We think it's going to be very, very close and very, very tight, especially with the COVID and how it's forced us to do some belt tightening. But as the project proceeds and gets up to about 30% design, we'll do a cost estimate. We'll have a better idea of where we're at. As David mentioned, all Measure M projects, we've introduced initial operational segments, which allows us, if we don't have enough money, to continue to build anyway and build it in phases. So we don't have enough money for the entire 9.2 miles. It allows us to build the first 6.7 miles of the project up to San Fernando and Van Nuys Boulevard. And I think this might be a good thing because we've been working with Nick and with Tim and with Matt, and we know that you guys still have some concerns about traffic. We all work for the public, we all work for the taxpayer, and we want the best for riding public and you're for your city. So it may give us the opportunity to continue to work with you and find workable solutions for all. I think that's my last slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Karen. Oh, wait a minute, this is my slide. I got a little bit ahead of myself. We've been working with Nick and Tim. I know that you still have some concerns about safety, especially because of the proximity of San Fernando Middle School. Property acquisitions, we've taken care of the industrial properties, but there still are 2 properties that you're concerned with in traffic. And again, we remain committed to continue to work with you, to continue to talk to you, to see what we can do, to see if we can't find common ground, if you will. We thought we were closer by doing the industrial properties, but in recent conversations, we know that there's still some conversations that need to take place with you all and with the SCRA, especially now that it looks more and more likely that Metrolink will be adding a second track, making for 4. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the things we are going to do, we made the public comment period for 30 days. We are recommending that we extend it another 15 to November 17th. Nick has mentioned he'd like more time to go through the document. We're hoping that the inclusion of iOS might give us more time to work with you after you review the document, more conversations, see what we can do. And it's not only the city of San Fernando that has some concerns, the SCRA is concerned as well about having 4 tracks. So it gives us a little bit more time to work with them, talk about gating, the 4-track option, and maybe revisit the Great Crossing safety study and see what we can do with it. So we look forward to continuing to work with you. I appreciate the opportunity to bring the project to you once again, and I'll pass it on to Karen.
Thank you, Walt. So with that, I will take us to outreach. So while we have COVID times, we are always committed to doing robust outreach. The image that you see here has been running in over 400 buses around the San Fernando Valley since mid-August. And so trying to show this light rail picture to our transit patrons, the future riders of the light rail. So that's one of the things that we started with back in August. We have to date delivered 20,000 flyers door to door along the corridor, promoting the availability of our public comment period in our documents, and we are delivering another batch of 20,000 flyers this week along the corridor. The door-to-door noticing seems to be something that is appreciated and effective in reaching a lot of our stakeholders right now. We have been sending out series of e-blasts, and if you're not getting our project emails, let me know or let Nick know, and I can coordinate with him and make sure everyone who wants them is receiving them. Been using Nextdoor very successfully. Nextdoor signups are up in 2020 as people have been stuck at home, and so staying safer at home and connecting more with their neighborhoods. So we've seen a big increase in Metro's engagement around Nextdoor, so that's been another successful tool for us. We're doing lots of targeted outreach to community organizations, schools, working with LAUSD, working with community-based organizations like Procurement Beautiful, Neighborhood Legal Services, Valley Economic Alliance. So along the corridor, we've been trying to reach out to a lot of the folks who've been with us over the last 8 years as the project has gone through its various iterations, made announcements to different neighborhood councils in the city of Los Angeles, and here we are tonight with you all. Next slide, please. Another thing we did was to build a new virtual platform. So you're seeing an image here that you can access through our project website. And this is a platform that includes a new video for our project, and the video is available in English and Spanish, and the platform is available in English and Spanish. And so if you have school-age students at home, and I did see the presentation earlier, so I know you have lots of students in the city of San Fernando, this would be a great tool to share with your school families because it's really appropriate for students to dig in with and hopefully share with their families as well. So if you never knew anything about the East San Fernando Valley Light Rail, this would be a great place to start. And then there's a survey at the end. Since we can't meet people in person, we're trying to find out through this survey, who are you? Do you live near the corridor? Do you work near the corridor? Do you go to school near the corridor? And in some cases, it's all of those things. So encourage the city to share this through its social media channels. Next slide. So as Walt shared, we have extended our public comment period. And so we are now having a public comment period that will extend through to November 17th. That gives our stakeholders a little more time to submit their comments if they choose to take our survey, to engage with our materials. We've got one more community meeting coming up next Monday, the 26th, in Spanish with English translation available. So last week we had a meeting in English. We had almost 100 people there, and I think I spotted a few people from the city of San Fernando in the Zoom audience. And so next Monday will be in Spanish. And so we encourage you to help us promote that meeting as well. That's part of what the flyers this week are really trying to guide people to come to those. And the meetings are question and answer opportunities. And so we had, I think, about 12 different Metro staff there last week, and we were taking questions both via our chat function on Zoom, and also for people who dialed in on the phone, they were able to text us their questions. And so we got quite a few messages via and questions via text message. So that worked really well, and we'll be planning to do the same thing in Spanish next Monday. And then even with the extension of our public comment period, that keeps us on track for the Metro board cycle at the end of the year. So we would be at Planning and Programming Committee on November 18th, and then at the Metro board on December 3rd. And that does allow us to get the project, the environmental process complete, get us shovel ready and in the door for possible federal funding, should there be opportunities that arise, let's just say, later this year or in early 2021. We want to make sure that this project is first in line for those opportunities. So we'd have our FTA record of decision as soon as January 2021. And then next slide, please. And then it's on to Monica Bourne and getting underway with some of the early pre-construction and early construction activities, right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, particularly in the southern end where we have a maintenance storage facility near the Metrolink tracks down in Van Nuys. And then moving ahead to design build procurement, groundbreaking in 2022, and then eventually to revenue operations in 2028. So it's a tight schedule, it's an aggressive schedule, but that's our goal. So with that, last slide, there we go. So this is how to submit comments. So if there are folks who are listening in tonight, you can submit them to mail to Walt Davis at 1 Gateway Plaza, MS 99-22-5, Los Angeles, California, 90012. You can email them to us at eastsfvtransit@metro.net, and we are getting a steady stream of comments. You can also go to the project website, and there's a comment form there that you can fill out. And our website is metro.net/East SFV Transit. And you can leave them on our project hotline. And so we get those as well. So in the project hotline, if you have any questions or want to leave a comment, 818-701-3844. With that, that concludes our Metro presentation, and we'll be glad to take any questions the council may have.
Thank you. I believe that our ad hoc committee met with you recently. And so I would actually like to start with them. Let me scroll up here and see which who's available. I would like to first start with Vice Mayor Pacheco and then followed by Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the presentation. It's very informative. I think, just to reiterate a few of your sentiments, I think, we're all on the same page here. We really want to improve people's commutes. We want to improve traffic congestion. We want cleaner air. And so we truly appreciate the willingness to, engage in these forums and so forth, because as you know, in your great experience, they're so key to an effective project. I would definitely, defer to Mr. Gonzalez's comments as well in terms of our ad hoc deliberations and so forth. But I think, I would love to also include staff's, comments to you, and maybe they could frame a little bit of the context as far as, how the city of San Fernando has been working with Metro on a lot of these issues. As you know, one of the main things that's on our mind is, San Fernando's middle school right there by the train tracks, right? And so first and foremost, pedestrian safety is, top of mind for us. How have your, outreach efforts been with parents and teachers and so forth? And what do you find is some of the feedback you're receiving from our, our community there?
I can take that one. So we've been working with LAUSD and some of the schools to send out our notices. If there are folks that you would recommend in particular that we should reach out to, please share that. The comments are starting to come in. We're about halfway through our original comment period. So, as Walt shared initially, most of the comments that we got initially on the draft were very positive. So people tend to get really hopped up and send you comments when they're angry and upset. And this has been one of the more popular projects that we've worked on. So we haven't gotten a lot of questions like that. In fact, I would say schools have been some of our biggest supporters. And we have a number of schools along the entire corridor, actually, that are in very close proximity, like Panorama High School, Arleta High School, and some of those. And so we have gotten mostly support from those schools and done a lot of presentations over the years. But if you have any parent groups that we can present to, we would be glad to do. Over time, we've spent a lot of time going to open houses at schools and doing parent coffees, and none of that's available to us right now. So that was part of the idea in developing the virtual platform, was actually to try to give some of our teachers a break and say, here's some good content, and can you share this with your students? But
no, totally. I think I bring it up because, it's something that's so important in terms of the proximity. And Mr. Kimball or Mr. Baumgartner, if you want to maybe chime in for a little bit of the context on, the pedestrian safety that's on our mind for, those crossings right there on Brand.
Sure. And just, I do think that a lot of times, and we all find out sort of the devil is in the details, right? So I think what staff's really been looking at over the last, last few weeks is how, rail sounds great. And I think we're all supportive of rail in general, or public transportation. I think how many details, do the parents understand that when they drop off in the morning, because of how often, during peak times, the gates will come down, that their wait time when they drop off in San Fernando Middle School, which, right now they're queuing well across the tracks. Well, not right now, but in a normal year when school will be back in session, the wait times and the traffic congestion during drop off is already pretty significant. And, those wait times could potentially double or triple. And I think that's where we don't want to get into a situation where that may not have been adequately addressed during this phase. And then we want to avoid having angry parents that feel like they were sold a bill of goods at the beginning, and then it's turns out that, oh yeah, it was, the high level idea of rail is great, but I didn't realize that there was going to be, instead of a 4-minute queuing time to drop off my kids, now there's going to be a 15 or 12 or 15-minute queuing time. And I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen. I think all we're saying is that from looking at the EIR, we don't have a level of comfort that that analysis has been conducted, and then that analysis on queuing times and wait times at those intersections it has been communicated to the community, and even in this EIR document. So I think that's sort of the context there. And then I don't want to, and I don't want to speak too much before I think we give the other ad hoc committee member, Councilman, a chance. I know he's also on the Service Council, and they've talked about this a little bit. So.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely want to, hear from Mr. Gonzalez too, because there are, I just kind of want to maybe tick off high level some things that are on our mind in terms of the project. But yeah, underscore and reiterate the fact that, this kind of community outreach and Metro's commitment to working with the city to find, solutions to some of these things is important. So, I think another topic that's something that we've deliberated on in the ad hoc is a little bit of the traffic studies that the project is premised on being a little bit old. And I think whether this project is phased 1 and 2, after all, I think is interesting because it might provide us an opportunity to complete a study of our own, which we're working on, a parking study that I think, is very important for us to kind of wrap our heads around the parking situation here in San Fernando, just in general. And of course, we wanted to dovetail and work hand in hand with any metro projects or, transit projects that are coming down as well. So that's kind of an interesting development. If you can maybe at some point speak a little bit more to the finality of that, or when we kind of know, where we stand in terms of this phased approach. I think the public would have more confidence in a traffic analysis or a traffic study that was done more recently. Although, excuse me, I understand that COVID level traffic and so forth is anomalous, and it's a little bit different than what we can expect in, like, let's say 2028 when the rail is operational. But I think, like in our packet here, we have several references that, Metro is very open, and we're so thankful for it, to kind of working with the city and addressing things like whether there's a loss of parking. Metro will consult and coordinate with us, to develop, like, let's say, replacement parking and so forth. So those are important things. So I definitely want to kick it over to Mr. Gonzalez and have him a little speak to his experience and his outlook on the project as well.
There you go. Thank you so much. If I'm experiencing some lag time in my internet, so I might turn off my camera. Or I'm just going to turn off my camera now, so to make sure I have adequate internet. Okay. You probably hear my baby in the background too. Sorry about that. Excuse me. So I know we recently had a meeting with the East San Fernando Transportation Corridor, and we sent you guys an email. Obviously, it was, pretty late notice. It was right before the meeting. We just got it and set it out. There are some concerns that were raised, and I just wanted to also address some of those concerns that were raised back then to this meeting, so make sure our city council is knowledgeable of what's going on. And so one of the things that really stood out to me, and I think it also stood out to Walt, and I don't think Walt had an opportunity, well, I know Walt didn't have an opportunity to actually look into that at that time, was there's the city of San Fernando is currently marked as an F when it comes to our headway, because it's was it over 100 seconds or whatever it may be. So then in the EIR process, it was labeled that it was an insignificant change that would happen to include this project because we're already in F and there's no lower level than an F. So that brings huge concern to me, because no matter what increase there is, and especially during this whole process, talking with Metro, I know I've been very supportive of the East San Fernando Transportation Corridor, and I still am very supportive of the corridor. But in combination with the Metrolink project now, the headways are going to become very, very increased. Nick, I believe it was said the possibility of having almost 7-minute headways or something like that. So if we're increasing to that amount of headways, then I think the traffic study or the increase will be significant, even though in the EIR process, it says that it will not be significant. Did you guys, Walt, have a chance to take a look at that yet? I know it was short notice.
I've shared it with my consultant, KOA, which I understand has worked quite a bit with the city of San Fernando. So I think you have some experience with them. And they do say that that is the out year, the worst case scenario for, I believe, 2040. And if everything doesn't go as well as we'd like, usually there's a spreading out. But as you know, there's precious few ways to get across the track. And there's also a lot of traffic deviating off the 5 freeway before it gets to the SR 18, and unfortunately traveling down San Fernando and exacerbating the problem So I kind of agree that maybe if the iOS is selected by our board, it gives us more time, then maybe we need to do a more in-depth traffic study. It doesn't find that it's not a significant impact. It is a significant impact. It's just worse of a significant impact, and that is accurate. We're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because in order to mitigate it, you have to do right-of-way acquisition, which we're trying to avoid. So we want to remain the character of San Fernando that's attracted light rail to the area, or grade separate, and we have finite dollars, and grade separations, I mean, it doesn't double the price. It like triples or quadruples the price in the area that you're grade separating. So finding the funds to do it. But you know, they're coming up with innovative ways of signalization, and maybe making it so not so much traffic from the I-5 comes to the city of San Fernando. So maybe we need to just get some, I'm not a traffic engineer, but some people think outside the box who are traffic engineers, to see if we can't find unique ways that is common ground that you guys can agree with, as well as we. But I know you don't want property acquisitions. We'd like to avoid those too. Right-of-way acquisitions are so disruptive to a city and so expensive. So it's a lose-lose. And that's why I kind of welcomed your letter when you didn't want us to take industrial properties, because it forced us to take a second look at it and maybe look at our standards and where we could deviate from our standards to make it fit in within the constraints of the right-of-way when it narrows to 65 feet. Maybe there's some things we can do with traffic as well, and this will give us more time. From a conceptual level of engineering, because we're looking at more than one alternative, we don't spend a whole lot of time thinking outside the box. We basically just say, this is the information, because we're trying to keep the cost down until a locally preferred alternative is selected. And then we can put some more time and resources into just one alternative, instead of having to look at 4 build alternatives, and no build, and a TSM alternative. And when you look at something unique, you have to look at it in that unique way for all 6 of the build and no build alternatives. So the iOS may give us more time. Now Monica's there doing the PE and design, and she's got a new traffic engineer. So maybe they'll look at it from a different lens and come up with some unique ideas that KOA hasn't come up with. I believe it's iTerrace who worked with in the past. They're exceptionally good. So I don't know what to say other than, yes, the level of service is bad, and we hope to continue to work with your very capable staff and see if we can't come up with some ideas.
Thank you. And I know you touched upon the forecasting, and I know that Vice Mayor touched upon a recent traffic study. So I would just like to, if we can go into a little more detail into that, so that way the rest of the council knows what we're talking about. So essentially, the last traffic study was done in 2012, but because it was done in 2012, what we're actually doing is forecasting the traffic because we don't have a more recent one, correct?
Well, I don't think the traffic study is done in 2012. The traffic counts were done in 2012, as well as with the city of Los Angeles. And then the traffic study was done based on that. But there are ways to inflate it. And it was inflated all the way to 2040, what its anticipated growth is for each year up to 2040. And that's where you came up with the level of service that's quite bad. So it has been inflated. But again, traffic counts are expensive. I think we did 17 intersections within the city of San Fernando. And we met with city staff to try to, did the intersections that they recommended at that time. I know that there's been turnover. But again, now that we're into PE, we have to do more advanced work. And I think Monica's on, correct me if I'm wrong, Monica, but I think you're going to do new traffic counts and additional traffic analysis. But the 2012 counts, that wasn't us picking the city of San Fernando. The counts that we did with the city of Los Angeles, all their intersections, were approximately the same years. And again, we're trying to keep the conceptual engineering price low and spend a lot of money when we get to engineering. And yes, they were done in 2012.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And then I know during the EIR process, and I know we talked heavily about this before with back then, it was kind of conceptual that Metrolink was going to happen. We didn't know when or if they were ever going to get funding. And now it looks like it's funding, and they're going to put in the double tracking, which I think the double tracking really throws a wrench in this in the program because they want to go to so many. I think it's every 15-minute headway for them, and then including you guys. But during the EIR process, because it was not funded, did we actually study the Metrolink and their headways, the possible headways of the double tracking?
No, we didn't. We study for 2040 all projects that are funded. And at that time, the 4-track wasn't funded. We had an internal powwow, and my senior executive officer's predecessor basically said that, you know, we don't know if the project's going to happen in 10 years, 15 years, or at all. So where our direction was to go ahead and do the grade crossing safety study with the assumption of 3 tracks. I still don't believe it's funded, but I know that there's a lot of momentum for it. And I'm told that there's a high likelihood that they will be able to find funding. So yes, you're right about that. We're also getting pushback from the SCRRA. We had a meeting with them last week, and they would like us to revisit that study from a 4-track perspective and reevaluate what it'll do to traffic and safety as well. So yes, that's what you said about that is accurate.
Thank you. And actually, that was my next question is now knowing that I guess the full project is not funded, but I think the engineering part is funded, and I could be mistaken on that for the double tracking. I'm not positive on that. But my next question was, so what, if any, studies are we going to be looking forward to, or for the future in regards to this? Are we just kind of focused on our project, and I'm going to use "our" as in us here, and then allow them to further that study, and when it comes to possible grade separations or updated traffic counts or headways or anything like that?
I think the first step, what we need to do is get to the board and get the certification done and make sure that the board is okay with the iOS and doing the project in phases, which I think there's a good likelihood that they will be. And once we get it certified, it enables Monica to move forward with the design. It enables us to start working on things like ascertaining the rail cars, building the maintenance and storage facility, and building 6.7 miles. And then go to the board and tell them that we need to have continued talks with you. And then we need to work with your staff to determine what kind of studies they'd like done and what within what constraints, and determine the cost and work needs to be done. I don't have an exact list of what we're going to do for you, but I do know that our board has been committed since the very beginning for the entire 9.2 miles. So it's my guess that they will be amenable, if we're only doing the first 6.7, to do studies to see what we can do and try to find mutual ground.
Thank you. And I know you guys were great, came out with us and we walked the whole neighborhood, and we took notice, and we did our first last mile on different possibilities. That was really fun. And I know on the city standpoint, because we are a small city and just like everybody else have a finite amount of money that we have. Unfortunately, we're not able to print our own money and keep it going. But one of our concerns has always been is the local match. And so we've been actually trying to plan our projects around being able to qualify and utilize them as local match. Now, if this is going into a phase 2, I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the phase 2, or to break it into 2 separate phases, hasn't been approved yet. But if it is going into a phase 2, then we have no date of when the possibility of it being built. And then how would that local match start? Because now a lot of times we utilize grant funding or different things. So now if we do a big project, that's no longer, within the next, say, 5 years, and now the phase 2 isn't going to start for another 20 years or whatever it may be. That no longer counts for the East San Fernando Transportation local match. Is that correct, or how can we work something out with that?
I was hoping that one of my partners might want to jump in because I'm not sure. First of all, I'd like to say I hope it doesn't take 20 years. We had to put something in our environmental document. We said that within 5 years that we thought we could find some funding. Adam Stevenson is our 3% person, and he emailed me before this meeting, said he couldn't come, but he said that he does, I believe, have a meeting scheduled with your staff in the near future to talk about some of the regulations and rules that are being drawn up to be considered by our board, to share with you and to get your thoughts. As far as your 3%, I know at past meetings that I've presented to the city council, you've indicated an interest in any right-of-way acquisition to the city to go against that 3% match. I've heard some different thoughts in letters that you now don't want to give up some slivers of land towards that 3%. So we need to work that out and make sure we're on the same page of music on that. But I'm just kind of rambling here. The 3% is Adam Stevenson, and he'll get a hold of you and talk to you, and sure will work to find something that's. I know that the problems you're having is are happening with a lot of the smaller cities. So I know Metro is actively looking for a solution.
Yeah. Hey, Walt, let me chime in on that one too, because the 3% is still a moving target, but it's supposed to be whatever the city has as far as a contribution, be it active transportation, first last mile improvements, any kind of other contribution that is counted at the time that the PE is completed, which in this case for the full project would be in the spring and summer of next year. However, if the project is segmented, I think we would certainly look to give you guys credit for whatever contributions you're making at that time, even if there's a delay in the second phase, and we'll have to work that out. I think one of the key things we have to do here is it's not just us, but it's us and SCRRA and Metrolink that are building a project now in the right of way. And so they're moving a lot faster than we ever anticipated they would be moving in terms of building support for the Antelope Valley line and building a project. So that double tracking project that they're looking at is going to be going forward into their environmental and design. So there's some coordination work we need to do with them because in terms of traffic congestion, I know one of the things we have gates on a lot of our lines, like on the Pasadena line, the Expo line, and we've been able to work out these issues with the city without grade crossings. This is a greater level of complexity now with Metrolink there. So they have, we met with them last week, and they actually advised us that they have some older technology in their gating that's been there for a long, long time. And for example, on Hubbard, the gates are down when the train's in the station there, and that's a case where it could be down for 3 to 4 minutes, maybe if the trains are in the station and it's blocking traffic, even though the train's not in the street. So there are certain things with more advanced gating technologies that they could do to improve it. So I think what we have to do now is look at it, not just a Metro project, but it's a Metro and a Metrolink project, and what can we do together as two agencies to kind of solve some of these problems. And I don't think we can solve it all by ourselves, and they probably can't solve it all by themselves either. So we have to kind of work together. And I think if the board really gives us this opportunity to sort of have a second look at the railroad right away, it'll give us an opportunity to do that. And I get the sense that there is going to be strong support from the Metrolink board to ask us to do that. And then I think our board too wants to do it right. I think they don't want to be seen as pushing a project. I mean, there's a lot of people that want these projects, and so they want to make sure that you guys are happy with what we're delivering to the city. So you have some good, strong representatives on our board who speak for you, as well as just the city letters that you would write to us in your comments. And so I think that's a policy that we're as staff are looking to recommend as well, that we need to take a little bit closer look at the crossings that you have, in San Fernando, and maybe not mitigate all the traffic impacts, but at least do the best we can and present you, the city, with something that you feel you can convince your residents that it's going to be good for them and that they can live with that. So that's a pledge from staff. I think your comment letters would also help, and I think Metrolink will chime in on that one as well from their board, and then our own board staff, our own board members, I think will be looking for that second phase to be a good one as well. So I think that's sort of a common thread that we've picked up in the last few weeks since the draft EIS has been released, and we've been starting talking to people along the route. So, and with regard to the 3%, I think we do need to talk some more on that, but at least we want to give the city credit for anything that would count towards that 3%. And then the board still has some work to do as far as defining the rules and how those 3% contributions work. So I think right now it's really just taking credit for anything that's there and getting it on the books for as counting towards that contribution. And I'm sorry, my lights went off here at Metro headquarters. I was working late and they turned out the lights, so it looks like Halloween in the picture here, but but so I just have the glow of my computer screen. So, but I hope that adds some comfort to this, but we are aware that the combination of both projects is different than when you just have the light rail there by itself.
Yes, thank you so much. And that really does answer my question, because that was a concern of mine, that in regards to us planning to match that local matching, trying to get it. I know I've voiced concern for the last couple of years with you guys on how to make sure that we get every single dollar possible to count towards it. So thank you so much for that. And then also talking with Metrolink, has there ever been any, I know, I assume that this is pretty unique because the way the train tracks runs in comparison to the city of San Fernando, our traffic actually runs completely across the tracks. And I've talked to you guys, I've talked to Metrolink. You guys have heard my stories. You're probably used or bored of me telling you guys how many times I've missed the train, because that train gate does go down and I've sat there for minutes and I've missed my train to LA several times. So that's good to see that is a possibility to fix. But in talking about that, how or have you guys ever worked with a grade separation with Metrolink? Possible, because I don't know, especially when they're talking about freight, because freight's going to be going down there, the possible cut and cover, and I don't necessarily think we have to cover, or above grade transportation. Are there similar projects that have incorporated that? And if there is so, is there a possibility that possibly we can work together somehow? Or if budget concerns are high on both ends, the possibility of splitting costs? I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get this project built.
Yeah. I think I can pledge to do that study for the 4 tracks. We'll take a look and see what the ultimate build out is for SCRA. If they're really talking seriously about 20-minute headways on the Antelope Valley line, or 30-minute headways during the peaks, or even longer during the day. Right now, that's still conceptual on their part, but I think we need to kind of look at a worst case scenario out there and see if we're running maximum service, they're running maximum service, and we do everything we can to improve the gating and the signals and use the most modern technologies that are out there. And then we'll take a look at the traffic counts. I think we'll be doing some newer ones, and I think they will be as well. So we'll have to coordinate the efforts on those traffic counts and see what the more, I think probably traffic counts right now during COVID are not the greatest thing to do. So we sort of have to take a recent set of traffic counts if there are available before COVID. And right now we've had to forecast from older numbers into the future. So I think what we'll need to do is to take a look at that full build out. And then if grade separation is indicated by that full measure of both projects, the light rail and the Metrolink lines, that has been a case on the Foothill extension where the Pasadena Gold Line has gone out past Azusa, out on the way out to Pomona, and ultimately to the county line in Montclair. And they've looked at studies like that where they've actually had freight and Metrolink and light rail in the same corridor. And they've reached this. In some cases, they have recommended a grade separation for the light rail. So we'd have to go through and look at those studies. And actually, Monica Bourne actually worked on several of those studies. So she's been through that and understands how that would work in combination of.
Perhaps she could chime in.
So I didn't want to put you on the spot, Monica.
No, please. That's why she's here.
The time that I worked on Foothill Extension, oh gosh, it was back in, unfortunately, it's probably too long ago, but with Foothill Extension 2B was probably back in 2000, 2006 was the last time I worked on it. So I'm not as familiar with the most recent studies, but I was nodding my head because I understand in talking with Foothill Extension that yes, some of the initial at-grade sections crossings were then deemed to be grade separated at that time. So.
And were those grade separations above or below?
Above aerial structures.
Okay, thank you. And then in going, I know that this hasn't been approved, and I know Walt, you made it clear during the East San Fernando Transportation or Service Council, too many acronyms and everything, the Service Council, that this is being presented to the board as one project with the possibility of having phases or a second phase. But in that process, if there is a two-phase possibility, is it just going to end there on Van Nuys and San Fernando Road, or is there going to be some type of bus service to the Metrolink? Because I mean, I definitely think that we should have connectivity. I mean, I think that is a huge goal of all of us, right? And talking about transportation is to have connectivity and to be able to have individuals connect to the Metrolink so they can go to Palmdale or downtown LA or Burbank is huge. So is there any discussions, or are we just too early in the process to look at having a possible bus line or connections? Or even, I know we talked about microtransit. We've been looking at microtransit in other areas. Even could this microtransit be a possibility for this area or for this section?
There's been some small conversations, like we'll have to do something. I believe Israel Moran has been out to the city of San Fernando, and he's working on the next gen and looking at bus service throughout the county. And his hands are kind of tied with that project, and my hands are trying to get the certification done. But once the certification is done and we find out what the board wants to do, and if the idea of initial operational segments is something that they would like to move forward with, then there would be a more robust discussion with Israel looking at our bus service and what we could do. Because yeah, we would need some type of connection between somewhere San Fernando to San Fernando and Van Nuys via either Truman or San Fernando Road. But like you mentioned, it's just something that we thought about, and it's something that's coming down the pipe. That's something we haven't really put a lot of pencil to paper yet and figured out the details. We want to see what our board wants first, and wait until Israel has a little bit more free time after he's done with a lot of the work he's doing with Next Gen.
But I think that would be something that we would want to look at, and a request in a letter from the city of San Fernando would be very helpful in helping to bring attention to that. And it could be totally appropriate if in your comment letter to mention that if there's an iOS, an initial segment, that it should connect to Metrolink in some way. And that was the whole purpose of going to Silmar San Fernando with this project, was to get that Metrolink and that park and ride and that bus transfer center connection. So that's a very logical thing to do if there's a delay in getting the rail all the way to San Fernando.
Thank you. And, you know, it just dawned on me, I am talking about microtransit and the possibility of microtransit in this area, but don't know if my colleagues or even city staff are as versed in the microtransit. Can somebody please briefly just explain what microtransit is and what it might look like and what they're doing in other areas?
I can talk about that, or Tito, do you want to talk about that? Up to you.
Yes, I can talk about that. And also, from what I recall, there should be a microtransit presentation at next month's Service Council meeting. So they'll have more information, and you'll have the people that are doing microtransit directly there. But microtransit is pretty much a shared mobility service, pretty similar to, I guess the thing you could say it's Uber, Lyft, but on a bigger scale. So it's in a van that carries about about 8 to 12 people roughly, and it's point-to-point service with virtual stops. So you you'll have an app, and the app will, when you call for microtransit, the app's going to tell you go to this virtual stop, which is should be within the vicinity where you're standing, and it'll pick you up according to where you sit, where you stand in relation to their route. So they will pick you up, and you'll be on a route with everybody else. So if people have been to the dealership know when the shuttle's taking you home, there's a few people that get on the car with you, and they take you home according to what order you're in. Well, it'll be something like that. But the benefit of this is there'll also be some ADA vehicles. So it gives you that convenience of getting picked up in your location without having to take your wheelchair or other devices to a bus stop. It'll be closer to where your location is. And it's another good thing is that they're going to be some electric vehicles. So it's also going to be a benefit to the environment. So it's kind of exciting, and looking forward to hearing more about it next month. But I think we're ready to start launching it in segments, and I think we're starting somewhere in the Watts Willowbrook area first, and then it's going to slowly roll out every 6 months. But again, it's a pilot program, and it's open to discussion as far as I know. So next month at the Service Council, I encourage everybody to attend first Wednesday of the month, 6:30 p.m. at the Metro channel. Just doing a plug, but I think it'd be a great opportunity for everybody who's watching to tune in and learn more about microtransit.
And I will add, it's operated by Metro. So Metro employees are operating it. So big difference, not a contractor, but actual Metro employees who we've been hiring this fall. So one of the few organizations that is hiring is Metro, and we've been hiring operators. So we're excited about that. And that's sort of the idea, is you right size the service based on the demand. So microtransit is another tool in Metro's toolkit. So you have heavy rail or light rail, you have bus service, but maybe you don't need a giant bus all the time. So microtransit is something that could come in when you have a slightly lesser demand at different times of day, so that we're not spending a lot of money to run mostly empty buses, but again, we right size the demand. And so we have a lot of flexibility with it. So with it launching next year, I would assume by the time this light rail opens, that would be a very well established, system that could be brought to bear at different times of the day, or maybe, hard to say, but that's the exciting part. So yeah.
Great, thank you so much for that. And I know the next gen is huge. There's been so much work done to it, and so it's actually very exciting, all the changes that are going to be happening. And then the possibility of phase 2. So the possibility of doing 2 phases is because the lack of funding that we might come due to everything that's going on in this world, and we will not be able to fund the complete project. So that's why we broke it down into 2 phases. And then what would be, I know we're doing this, I know with Measure M, money and different types of funding. We're looking at federal funding. So how would we look at the funding to try to fund the phase 2, and knowing that we're already probably going to be short some monies, and we have so many different projects with the Olympics coming. So what would be our solution, or possible solution that we're looking at to even phase 2, fund phase 2, if that is a possibility?
Oh, that's a setup question for me. I think what I did want to comment, like I said before, is we're very hopeful that there'll be some federal transportation funds coming this way in the next year or two as a result of recovery, national infrastructure programs. This will depend a lot on the elections that we're going to see next month, but we want to be first in line with that. So that's why we're trying to get this environmental document cleared, because you're much more competitive for those sorts of funds if you have environmental clearance and you have a project that's, quote, shovel ready. So we would take this project as we have it right now with the $1.3 billion. Actually, it inflates to about $1.6 billion that we have for a year of expenditure. But then the costs for the building the entire project are going to be much higher than that. So, but we have a project where we have an ability to start work on a segment of it. But there's also a commitment under Measure M to build the 9.7 mile project. So there is a funding gap there that we have to define through preliminary engineering, which Monica's going to be working on. We get better cost estimates. A lot of what we're doing right now with the city of Los Angeles is looking at what it's going to take to build in Van Nuys Boulevard, and they're looking at utilities like utilities under Van Nuys Boulevard, overhead power lines, a number of these issues that could have a big influence on cost. So as the PE works on these issues, we'll identify what those true costs are of that first segment to San Fernando Road and see how much of the amount of money it gets used up just to get that far and how much there might be in addition or less than the 1.6 billion. And that'll help us set our targets for competing for funds. But we really don't have any other projects right now that are not yet in construction that would be eligible to compete for these types of funds because they're still early in the so-called pillar projects like the Sepulveda Pass or the West St. Anna Bridge are still a few years away from being environmentally complete. So we would be really the only project that would be in a position by Metro to put forward for any funds that might become available in 2021 or 2022. And so we're optimistic that we would be able to compete quite effectively if we have that environmental in place and the preliminary engineering done for the first segment, so that could go into construction. So that's just, I think it's not a guarantee. The money is not there. We don't know how soon the recovery is going to happen. The economy is going to come back. The sales tax revenues are going to come back. We have forecasts, but right now we've taken a large loss in terms of our sales tax revenues in this year. And we're hoping that in 2021, we'll have a recovery and be out of it sometime in 2022 and get back to a normal. But a lot of the funding that Metro gets is based on the local sales taxes that have been depressed because of the economy. So it's a combination of local dollars and funds that we have and possible federal funds that we could use those local dollars to match. But Measure M does commit to a 9.7 mile project. So there is a plan to build the whole project, and we need to fill up, if there's funding gaps, we need to find ways to do it. So that's, I think, a very good strategy that we have right now that we're hopeful we'll be able to use.
David, will you add just something about sort of the momentum that phasing and kind of other projects that have been phased, whether it's the red line, the purple line, Expo, Orange, right? There's a certain, sometimes momentum, right, when the bulldozers get out there.
Well, most of our projects have been phased. Thinking back to the Expo line, where we built the first phase from downtown to Culver City, and the second phase was Culver City to Santa Monica. The purple line on Wilshire Boulevard right now is 3 phases. We're going out Wilshire to the first phase is to La Cienega, then we're going to Century City, and then the third phase is to Westwood and UCLA and a VA hospital. So this is quite common, and I think to Karen's point, once the construction equipment goes into the ground on the first phase, there seems to be a momentum that builds for a project because there's in the funding sources, either at the state or the federal level, see a project that's being built and is being funded and being developed by the local agency, and that gives them insurance much more than if it's just a paper document or an environmental document. It's actually, we're moving things, we're building something, and so that I think that's why we really want to get the project started, and that tends to build its own momentum for funding the second phase if we have to do it in phases.
Great, thank you on that. And then I have one more question. I know we talked about years ago, because our line is already dangerous, and our students walk across because they're always going to McDonald's and then they're going back to school. And we talked about the possibility of making the upgrades to our corridor to be able to have a quiet, a quiet train or a quiet zone. So during this project, did we study that, or are we looking into making a quiet zone?
I think the quiet zone is something that usually refers to the Metrolink trains, because they've done that, I believe, in Glendale. They have a quiet zone going through Glendale, and they've done it in some other areas where they have residential very close to the line. And that's they have a lower horn at that point when they go through, and they actually run in slower speeds in those quiet zones. So that would be something that we could bring up. That usually the light rail, we don't travel in high speeds like that. We generally, in this area where we have a station at Maclay and another one at Hubbard, we wouldn't really accelerate to the higher levels that Metrolink travels at between their longer station stops. But the noise analysis is something that is in the environmental document right now. And there's the school and the civic center properties Most of the rest of it is industrial and commercial properties. But I think that maybe you're referring maybe to the horns from the Metrolink trains and maybe the vibration from those large, heavier trains that are going through. But we're generally able to mitigate the noise pretty well for the light rail trains. Most of the noise is really from the gates, the warning gates coming down, and the ding ding from the bells of the gates coming down. And they have to be at a certain level so people can hear them. So we have to get them loud enough so people can hear them, but not so loud that they cause an annoyance to schools or to adjacent property owners.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you everyone for bearing with my 100 questions here today, and especially having to answer them almost twice now because of the service council meeting in here. But I thought it was extremely important that my council colleagues heard what you guys had to say in regards to these questions. So thank you so much once again. And there goes my questions for now. Thank you.
Great. We went with Vice Mayor Pacheco, then Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Allen, do you have 100 questions?
No, I'm going to just keep it to about 200 questions.
Okay.
So we have Metrolink, Amtrak, the freight train, and now the light rail, correct?
No Amtrak yet. There's no Amtrak, but Metrolink and light rail.
Okay.
And freight.
And freight. Okay, and it really concerns me about your traffic study because 2012, we had Mission College, and of course not during COVID time, and we've had a lot of development in Sylmar. Now with Metrolink's goal to run their train every 15 minutes, and then you're talking about 7 minutes, our poor city, it's a real safety issue. It's a mobility issue. I don't see this working for us. And I have many problems with for many reasons. You talked about, you worked it out with Pasadena, but Pasadena, unlike the city of San Fernando, we have Maclay, we have Hubbard, we have very limited ways to get out of the city. And I'm also concerned about our police department. What happens when there's an emergency and they have to get to the south side of town? That's a huge concern for me. With what we have right now with Metrolink, sometimes it's so challenging to get across the rail tracks, whether you're coming from the south or the north. And the safety issues, especially with the kids, I think you know that I think it's from Sunland to Roxford has had some of the highest rates of deaths tied to Metrolink. And I can tell you from 1994 to 2007, I would take Metrolink to work and back. And one day I was waiting to get off of the train. I was standing by the door and I smelled flesh burning. And then when I heard the bones cracking, I realized right away what it was. And in that period of time, I experienced this 5 times between 2004 and 2007. It's a terrible, it's something that doesn't leave you when you know there's death. And not only is there death, you're stuck on that train. You're stuck on that train for about 3 to 4 hours. There's nowhere to go. So what happens with the light rail? That's gonna stop. They're not gonna allow any trains to come, whether it's the freight trains. Nothing is gonna happen. How about our kids from the middle school? How about the residents that just want to get across to the other side? It's going to be so challenging and frustrating. I really think you need to look at a different method rather than that rail alongside the Metrolink rail. I'm very concerned about this. And yeah, I think someone said that we have to convince our residents it's good for them. If their child is killed by one of these trains, how do you convince them it's good for them? Because that school is right there, and there's very few opportunities to cross. So I'm never going to convince the community it's good for them. How are you going to convince people that call 911 and they can't get to the south side that it's good for them? How are we going to convince the students that are going to Mission College and those people that have to work and be there on time that it's good for them and they can't cross the tracks? And the backup is incredible because I've even tried going down Hubbard, making a left-hand turn on First Street, but I'm not the only person that has thought of that. And, you know, I've gotten stuck in that traffic many a times. And it's a real concern. And one of the situations I had on Metrolink when this time they hit a car, and the hospital called me at work and said, get to the hospital as soon as possible because your father-in-law has very little time left. And the Metrolink hit that car. I did not get to the hospital in time. I sat there crying for about 3 hours, silently. And people thought I was upset because I wasn't able to get off of the train. But that wasn't it. It was just this unfortunate situation that happened. But I'm concerned about safety, and I believe that you all can come up with a plan that's going to ensure that we're safe. Our residents, our children are safe in the city, that they can get to work on time. Our students can get home and get to their part-time jobs. They don't all live in the city of San Fernando or Silmar. They live throughout the valley. And we want to make sure that there's options for them. And we're not going to impede them getting to their destination in time. And right now with COVID is so unpredictable. How do we know that we're going to have an answer in 2 years? We don't know. So that's what I'm concerned about. I know you're putting a lot of work into this, but I'm thinking about we're once again being treated like a disadvantaged community like William County. I don't like that. I just cannot stand when people treat us. We need to be respected. And I don't think you would do this in Beverly Hills and disregard the safety of the residents. I don't think you would do this in San Marino. But San Fernando, Pacoima, why not? Silmar, why not? So I have some big issues here. And I think you need to go through the expense of doing a traffic count. Someone said the traffic counts are expensive. Well, a life, you cannot put a price on a life. So that you have to do the traffic counts. You have to figure this out. We don't have a lot of options. If you call 911, are you going to be happy when you don't get a response and somebody might be doing something terrible? You know, our city, we're very blessed because we have a really good response time. We are not going to have a good response time with the freight train, Metrolink, and now the light rail. And by the time you get it all built, I believe our population is going to go up because according to SCAG, they feel that we should have close to 2,000 more residents in our city. And that's something we have to consider. It's not something we're going to support, and we don't support that. And how about Silmar? How many more residents do they need? The SCAG feel that they should have. So there's a lot of issues. It's not, I just don't support the project. That's the bottom line until we have some answers. We need answers. How are you going to mitigate this? There is a way. It's just going to cost money. But money, lives, What's more important to you all? And I guess there's a agency, the CPUC, and Nick, I think we need to send them a letter. We need to let them know that there's some concerns here. And this is not a moment in time for us to be counting dollars. They need to put more money into the project. They need to have a little bit more respect for our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out and making your presentation to us, everyone. And first I want to address myself to Mr. Davis. I don't know if you remember me, Mr. Davis. I went to many of the community workshops that you had over at Recreation Park, and I spoke to you about, and we discussed how the prior council, there was a council member, actually, Antonio Lopez, who had approved this, and Brian Saki had told you that they had approved the project when it hadn't gone to council. But now I'm a council member, and I spoke to you back then, and I had several conversations with you.
I remember you followed me in my car once. We talked outside my car after a meeting.
Yes, and I'm pretty persistent. So, you know, and I have a lot of concerns about this project and what it means to the city of San Fernando, how it's going to affect our community, our residents, our businesses. This is a financial and environmental issue, a social justice issue, which is very important. And everything that everyone has addressed is important that it be looked at. And I'm glad, and I hope that we don't have the funding to do phase 2, because we need another study. That study needs to be done, that the car count, the studying of the signal lights, so that weren't included in the project. So this area has changed so much since this project started in the talkings, right? We have, like Councilmember Balance said, Mission College. Mission College is not full grown yet. I think they're about maybe 10,000, 11,000 students. Their population is going to be 15,000. And we drive from San Fernando or Granada Hills, Mission Hills to Mission College. And what we in San Fernando, what we do is that we go from one side of town from the south side to the north side to the south side. That's what we do all day long. And for me, I only live like 2-3 minutes from the city hall. So when we have meetings, I have to leave my home like 20 minutes early, at least, because if there's a train going by, it's going to take me that long to get to City Hall. And I'm just like three blocks from the train tracks, thereabouts. So I think that these, you know, I mean, cars are idling while the trains are going by. And this is not the light rail going by. These are just Metrolink freight trains that are going through our city. And cars are backed up all the way just about to my home. We're talking about 4 or 5 blocks backed up, you know, and if this rail is going to be going through here, as understanding is every 6 minutes, correct? Can someone confirm that?
Ultimately, it could be that much, but not at the beginning, but ultimately it could be that much.
During peak hours, right? Every 6 minutes. That's going to be devastating to our community. And it's not fair and it's not right. Absolutely not right. It's going to affect our safety. You know, I do have a lot of issues. I do have a lot of things that I want to make sure I touch on, you know, everything that everyone has said. Now we're dealing with the Metro Antelope Valley line, another rail that's coming through. That's not even been part of the study. So how can you move forward with this project if this is not part of the study? You know, Mission College, 15,000 students going from one side to another. Our local match, financial issue. Our local match is $2.5 million to $5 million. I don't know how we're going to do that. You know, we don't have the funding. We're just trying to make ends meet. We've been trying to dig ourselves out of a hole for the past, I don't know how many years. I got on council just a year ago, but it's been going on for quite some time. And to have a local match like this, I don't see how we're going to do that. Parking is an issue. And I was in some meeting where I said that Metro's not planning any parking. You're not going to make any parking around any of the Metro projects. So parking in San Fernando is an issue. And where are people who are going to take these buses going to park if they're coming from other areas of town? They're coming from Mission Hills, Granada Hills, Silmar. They're going to probably have to drive their car to take the rail. I don't know how you're going to address that. We can't have those vehicles parking in the residential area because we don't have any space for them. We have a parking study going on, but that's, I don't know how that's going to affect our parking study. It probably won't even be valid by the time they're done with it, and if this project continues. Of course, it's a 3% matching, which is 2.5 to $5 million for us. At 3%. 3% doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a great deal of money for a small city like us. The intersections need to be looked at very carefully. And what Councilmember Bell and everyone has said, pedestrian safety. Our kids, they're how old are those that go to middle school? How old are they? How old are they at middle school?
13, 14 years old.
Then starting at 10 years old, sixth graders having to cross that rail with all these rails going through. I can't fathom that because they're so distracted. They're fooling around, they're playing, they're having fun with their friends, and they have to deal with a rail going through there? No, I can't see that either. And I would like to request a written commitment from Metro for that regarding the acquisition of properties in the city, of those private properties. I hope that you can come through with that, because losing any of those businesses would devastate our community as well. That's how we support the city. We support our police department, our fixing of our streets, or everything. We need a commitment from you on that. You reach out to families. Right now, a lot of the reaching out to the families is through social media. Many of our residents in San Fernando don't have social media. They don't know. They don't know how to use it. How are you reaching out to them in San Fernando? That's been an issue with schools, having the kids participate in Zoom meetings. The parents don't know how to use it. They don't know where to go to get these answers this information that you're providing for them. So that's a problem, because I'm sure you may have gotten responses. I don't know how many you got from San Fernando. Maybe you have a number on that. How many are actually from San Fernando? I'd like to see maybe a response on that. You also mentioned, Mr. Rivas, that you came to the city and you visited. What time did you come to the city? What time were you here? What time of day?
I've been to the city a number of times over the last 9 years, dozens of times in different times of the day. I don't think I've ever been there during the morning rush hour, but I've been there during the evening rush hour.
That might be something you might want to do. Come in during the morning when it is our rush hour, and in the evening at 5 o'clock, 4:30. Those are our peak periods, and it gets pretty bad. And be there when the train is actually going by, so they can see you've got to drive from one end to the other, and how long you're going to have to wait, because all those cars waiting, it is, I think they're saying it's like a 2-minute wait for the train to go by, but all the cars that have backed up, it's not going to take them 2 minutes to get on the other side of the tracks. They're going to have to maybe have 3 signal lights to get all the way across, possibly, depending on how much traffic is backed up with an additional line there. So I would highly recommend, and I'll be there with you if you do come out. I'm very interested in a grade separation if it does go through. I would prefer, probably not. And I do know that we do need transportation. We need public transportation to get these cars off our roads. The air quality in the city of San Fernando is bad. It's horrendous. We had studies from various entities and the air quality here is very bad. So these cars idling just from one side to the other is again going to devastate this community. We have a large number of people with asthma in San Fernando. That was a study, and Mr. Kimball has that report that he could probably send you as part of our letter to let you know, provide you with that information. So this idling of cars while all these trains are passing by is going to devastate it even more. Emergencies. We pride ourselves that our San Fernando Police Department responds in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, they're at your home. If you have an emergency, how are you going to have that? It's going to compromise all that. They're not good. We'll be lucky if they'll be able to get there in time. Chief Firo is here. He may want to comment on that if he likes, but I don't see he's going to be losing parking spots, 6 parking spots. How is that going to affect the police department? So I'm pretty much on that. I don't mean to. I just get very excited when something is passionate to me. I have a great passion for this and my community, and I have to let you know. I'm the voice for the residents and the businesses and how much we're going to be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo a lot of the concerns of my colleagues and want to thank Mr. Gonzalez for all the questions that he had. I think it was very elucidating, and I almost said in jest, if anyone had an X100 set. But given that you've received this input and that there at least seems to be a general understanding of some of the potential shortcomings of the project, Mr. Kimball or Ms. Swift, what do you see as the next steps?
So, Mayor, just actually, I just wanted to ask a quick question, and maybe Metro can, and this fits into your next steps question. If there is this 2-phased approach where there's a second phase where there's more opportunity to create, expand the area that's studied, do better traffic counts, whatever it may be, and we'll submit a number of suggestions. But how does that work from EIR certification standpoint? Is the EIR still certified as is? And then, and I guess I'm kind of curious, Monica's experience with that Foothill project that ultimately was required to be grade separated. Did they certify an EIR that was at grade and then later come back and do a grade separation that then needed to be restudied for an EIR, or did that EIR cover a grade separation? Because I just want to make sure, and I think the council has been very clear here, wants to make sure that if that at least grade separation is at least studied, and I think we're kind of afraid that if you just go ahead and certify the EIR, whether it's 2 phases or not, that will basically eliminate any possibility for a study of a grade separation, even if it's warranted, based on updated statistics, updated grade crossing studies, that type of thing. So I guess that's sort of my question on next steps, even if it's 2-phased approach.
Yeah, let me just respond, because clearly the concerns we've heard today aren't fully addressed in the environmental document the way it is today. So the board could certify the document conditionally and say they only authorize work to proceed on the first segment of the project, and they would not authorize work to proceed on the second segment without some supplemental environmental work being done on the second segment. So that's something our county council has advised me they can do. So we would need to have a board motion and a staff recommendation to do that, and then they could approve it on that basis. But it wouldn't allow any construction to proceed on the second phase without further study and environmental, an addendum or environmental a second phase of the environmental document to cover the right-of-way segment.
Mr. Kimball, your response?
No, that I guess that just helps staff because we can add a sort of our I think the city's comments, and we'll take everything that we received today, put that into sort of a letter on what we would recommend as being these supplemental studies, and work with the ad hoc, and then kind of go from there. And I think I see the vice mayor has his hand raised. Did you have it? I don't want to.
Yeah, just on this specific point, would the members of Metro, as part of this presentation, after hearing the feedback from council, be willing to recommend directly to the board that the city of San Fernando would prefer that it is passed in phases? Is that something you might be willing and prepared to do on our behalf?
Well, I think I'll speak up here because I'll be held accountable. I think we're heard enough tonight, and I think actually we've heard actually similar comments from SCRA that they believe that the combination of their project and our project hasn't been addressed enough, because we've studied our project, they're studying their project. We haven't done the full analysis of the combination of both. So I think that's a due diligence that we would need to do. Because I mean, I think we could say that if they weren't here, we could operate the light rail in a way that would be safe and would address your concerns with an accurate configuration, because we've done it on the Expo, we've done it in Pasadena, we've done it near San Marino, we've done it in a lot of different communities at grade, but this is a different dynamic when we have the freight and the light rail there. And now that the light rail, now that the freight and the Metrolink is a much more serious proposition. We had heard before that it was a single track and this was a low performing line for Metrolink, but now with the growth that's in Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley, there's greater growth potential on that line. So those sorts of alternatives become more real. So that's a basis to say that technically we need to have a combined document that looks at the impacts of both projects at their larger level of operation. So I think that's a recommendation that staff would make. Now we just would need to get the support of if SCRA and the city of San Fernando both recommended that in their letters to our board, that would support a staff recommendation to do that.
And just for the council's benefit, SCRRA is Metrolink.
Yes, yes. Southern California Regional Rail Authority, SCRRA, Metrolink.
So I think we have direction from a staff standpoint, and I believe that that Metro has heard a number of these concerns. So I guess I think the mayor had to step away for a second. So Vice Mayor, I'm not sure if you want to.
Yeah, he just texted me, but yeah, I think we've outlined both the ad hoc committee members and the rest of the council the serious concerns and issues that Metro and San Fernando would have to work through in order for us to, be on board, if you can pardon the pun. But all in all, I would love, any representatives of Metro, if you have any, other further comments or responses to our feedback and recommendation. But I think just at the outset, and I'll go around the horn again, after we give, staffs some opportunity to draft up exactly what you might need as a City of San Fernando's, I guess, official position on the EIR. And you will, no doubt read it and take it to heart and make hopefully a recommendation to the board based on the feedback. So to Metro, are there any other points you would like to add?
Well, you could send us a letter as a part of the comment period, official comment period, but then also when the board takes an action on this, either at the Planning and Programming Committee in mid-November or at the full board meeting in early December, that would also be warranted to send that same letter addressed to our board of directors and our chair, Mayor Garcetti.
Excellent. So yeah, city staff, let's try to keep those dates calendared if possible. Okay, great. And was any other city council colleagues, any other comments on this particular item?
Not for me.
Okay, I don't have the same kind of screen setup since I'm just stepping here, but I think I don't see anybody else raising their hand. So, all right, thank you so much for the presentation. Looking forward to working with you. I know we have a lot more work to do to get this to a better place. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. So that concludes this item on the agenda. Let me, excuse me, pull up our next item here. So if staff is prepared and ready to go on item number 5, the update on Glen Oaks, our renovation project taking place on Glen Oaks.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Works Director Matt Baumgartner will be giving a brief presentation on the status of Glen Oaks and be available for any questions.
Excellent.
Hello, Vice Mayor and council members. Is everybody able to see my screen with this?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry, let me try this one more time. Okay, how about right now?
There you go.
Okay, great. And can you also see my my cursor move around over the slides? So I was going to try to use this as a pointer. Okay, I just wanted to accompany the staff report on the update for the Glen Oaks resurfacing project. And although it shows 39 slides, I assure you this is a pretty quick presentation because I have a lot of photographs that I just wanted to show you. Some of them represent work that we've done, as well as some photos that are just there for demonstration purposes to give you an idea of the work that will come. Kind of going back to the reason for the project and looking at the areas of concern along Glen Oaks. There's obviously along this 1.27 mile stretch from Arroyo Avenue all the way out to Hubbard on the west. Obviously a lot of damaged pavement. You've driven this along the years many times, I'm sure. And so we've looked at, obviously repairing the pavement and then doing the full overlay on that pavement. Also looking at many sections of the sidewalk, curb and gutter, driveways and curb ramps that are damaged, as well as being non-compliant with ADA. Now, whenever you're doing a funded project like this and paving, you also have to go along and fix the curb ramps, sidewalk, curb and gutter and everything to make sure it's compliant with ADA standards. Other things we're looking at, traffic signals are old with signal lights that are difficult to view as they are substandard to today's standards. Intersections that lack protected left turn signals, and this is all of the major signalized intersections along Glen Oaks, as well as lacking any kind of raised medians to help protect, turning in and out in front of traffic and causing accidents. Glen Oaks has a high number of collisions at these 6 signalized intersections, and this is attributed to these lack of protected left turn signals and raised medians, large flow of oncoming traffic. So we have about 21,500 on an average daily basis, as well as the poor signal visibility that I was speaking of. And then there's many school-age children that travel across Glen Oaks to attend school. So these are areas that we wanted to address under this project. Major work that's been completed to date. We have done dig outs and repairs of road sections that have weak subgrade support, and I'll kind of demonstrate a little bit on that in a second. Removal and damage of the non-compliant sections of sidewalk, the curb and gutter, driveways, and curb ramps that I talked about. We spent the last couple of months doing that concrete work, and if you've driven Glen Oaks, you've probably seen the contractor out there doing that work, as well as installation of new traffic signal poles at 6 major intersections, starting at the east at Arroyo Avenue, moving westward, Griswold, Brand Boulevard, Maclay, Harding, and Orange Grove. Starting with looking at the subgrade issues, and this is kind of a photo just to demonstrate how poor drainage can impact the road. We get a lot of this buckling that happens and pooling and ponding of water. It causes water to get into the subgrade and weaken that subgrade that supports the pavement section above. And that's where you start getting all of the cracking and buckling all along Glen Oaks Boulevard. And the other issue is as potholes develop, it invites water in and continue to weaken the pavement. And water is the enemy of a good solid pavement lasting over the years. This is representative of what a lot of Glen Oaks looks like as this alligator cracking. And the alligator cracking alone does not signify subgrade issues, but it definitely points to it. And then as you start to see depressions within those sections, and there's a lot of those depressions, this is the work that we needed to go out and dig all of these cracks out, fix the subgrade, and rebuild it properly before we pave. I wanted to use this as a demonstration to give you an idea of what the pavement section looks like, a typical pavement section. So you've got your subgrade here at the bottom. This is the soil, the natural earth that's there, and this should be well compacted to support everything above it. The aggregate base that sits on top of it is also compacted very tightly. And then you've got a pavement section over the years that is cut away and then rebuilt. And this is something that happens over 20, 30, 40 years. You have this pavement section that you continue to rebuild. And ideally, you don't want to have to dig it all the way out down to the subgrade. So, but occasionally you have to do sections of that. And that's what we've done. We've dug it all the way down to the subgrade, rebuilt it back up to the top in preparation for doing the asphalt overlay, which is about 2 inches. And this is the equipment that we use. We come out and we dig these crack sections up that are buckling and depressed along Glen Oaks. And as they dig that out, you can see you dig out the full section down to the earth. And this is the subgrade layer here. We spend time recompacting this and then rebuilding it. As you'll see here, this photo represents the aggregate base as well as the asphalt that we build all the way back up to the top of the road. And we put that in nice and firm so that we now have, instead of that broken section, we've rebuilt the subgrade. And now we're prepared to pave this later. Moving on to the non-compliant sections of the sidewalk and curb ramps. This is a typical curb ramp that you see in the city that hasn't been touched. These approaches coming up, these curb ramps are steep. You don't have any of those truncated domes for the visually impaired, the yellow panels with the raised bumps that help those visually impaired crossing the streets. And so this is a lot of the work that we had to do over the last couple of months. And these next photos just kind of give you an idea of what that work looks like. Starting with this one here, rebuilding, using a retaining curb in the back by the fence and allowing a gentle slope coming on. You've got the yellow truncated domes, and it's a much safer way to get up and down these curb ramps. This is work showing rebuilding of driveways. This is a residential driveway that was non-compliant, and these are the guys getting ready to dig out and form up for concrete. And as well as our commercial areas, we had to redo sidewalks, driveway approaches, and this gives you an idea of what that looks like in the end. You got a much nicer compliant driveway to come in, nicer sidewalk going across there. Now we're looking at the traffic signal modification work that's been done. And again, we have 6 major signalized intersections with substandard lights. So we've replaced these lights with LED lights. And we're working with installing protective left turn signals, new pole signal equipment, old conduit and wiring that we had to fix, and new electrical cabinets. And again, if you look at this example here at Griswold, you can see there's just a traffic signal head that is dealing with straight traffic, but nothing that is giving a protected left turn signal. So the new signals we've installed now have these protective left turn signals at all of the major intersections. In order to do that, we got to dig out the old poles, set new foundation. So this is a cage, what a typical cage looks like. It's probably about 15 feet high, and we bury those in the ground and pour concrete to set these. So this is what provides the foundation to support that new tall signal pole. And this is an example of the contractors setting those new signals at one of the intersections. So this represents the full process of doing this work. And this was completed in the last month or so. And this gives you an idea of kind of the tangled mess of old wires that we had to go through and clean up all of that wiring for the new signals. So there's quite a bit of work just kind of cleaning all of that up. So this work that's been completed to date, but now we look at the remaining construction schedule. And we are actually getting near the finish line here. Grinding and paving is actually scheduled to start next week. So be prepared for it to be messy out there for about a week. We'll be, again, starting with the grinding and paving midweek and hopefully finishing up by Friday or Saturday. And then work during November, we'll be going back and doing that temporary markings with cat tracking on the road, adjusting sewer manholes and water valve covers to the new heights, installing new controllers in the cabinets and detection loops for traffic signals, installation of raised concrete medians at all of the signalized intersections, and then final striping of traffic lanes and crosswalks. So we anticipate to have this all wrapped up by the end of November and the very beginning of December, just doing final inspections and completing a punch list with the contractor. So within about 6 weeks, this project should be wrapped up, barring any sort of unforeseen issues with supply of the asphalt or anything like that. Kind of going back to this, this pavement section again, the work that we're going to be doing starting next week is just grinding down below where you see it says tack coat. So just the upper 2 inches really, and it's going to grind into this layer where it says cracked distressed pavement. And this represents the equipment. You've seen this type of grinding equipment probably on major paving jobs, where we come along and we grind away the upper 2 inches. It gets deposited in these dump trucks and they take them away. And we basically do the entire width and length of the street. And that takes several days. What you're left with, and you've probably driven across these after a milling and grinding has happened, is that bumpy section of asphalt that's going to be accepting the new asphalt overlay later. On top of that, we place a tack coat and a moisture barrier. This Petromat is what helps both prevent cracking from reflecting back upward into the new pavement, 2-inch pavement section above it, and also help prevent water from moving its way down into the subgrade. So this is an important part of the process as well. And once that's all set in place, here's typical pavement train you see with the dump truck in the front bringing the asphalt into the paving machine. You see that green paving machine laying down the asphalt. And then you've got your compacting rollers moving up and down, doing several passes, vibrating the material and getting that compaction you need. And once that's pavement section is done, usually it's open for traffic within a couple of hours. And this represents kind of that temporary marking, the cat tracking that's done once you've completed paving. That usually comes in a couple days after the paving is completed. This represents raising of manholes that are typically done so that in the end you have a nice flush manhole cover with the rest of the pavement. And this is a typical installation of a traffic detection loop at an intersection. So this is what these circles represent, the wires that are buried in these and then sealed up. These are what detect the traffic that's moving through the intersection and can communicate to the traffic signal when changes need to be made. And then coming back for the final striping that's done, including those important markings on the road. This represents our project expenditures from the beginning of the project, and about almost 90% of it is tied up in construction, with the rest of it in kind of contract administration, inspection, testing, and oversight on the project, and support from construction engineering. And these are our funding sources for the project. We had a almost $1.4 million grant from federal and state highway safety improvement program, and that's typically used for traffic signals and median islands. Measure R and Proposition C is money that we're using for doing all the paving, the curbs, sidewalks, and ramps, and all of that work. And then our water fund and sewer fund are paying for some of the pavement repairs that are related to any of the sewer and water work that was done, as well as adjusting the water valves and manholes. And then a small amount of $30,000 from TDA that's used for sidewalk repair. And as I promised, 39 slides went pretty fast, so I'm glad to answer any questions, go back and look at any photos, anything you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Baumgartner, for the truly captivating presentation on the details of paving Glen Oaks. Really appreciate that. Mr. Kimball, is there anything you might want to add to kind of put a bow on this before we open it up to council?
No, I think Mr. Baumgartner
Okay.
did a great job, and I think it was actually learned a lot. I liked a lot of those graphics were actually really interesting. I do think it's important to know. I know it's been frustrating and kind of taken, it seems like a long time since this project's been initially approved. But I hope to, some of the illustrations that Matt put out today kind of illustrate how complex this project really was. It's really a complete reworking of the street, from sidewalks and crossings all the way through constructing brand new light signals and burying 15-foot concrete poles. And so it's a really really complex project. So, and we're coming to the end, and I think it's done.
We don't have many $3 million capital improvement projects, on Main Street. So it's definitely a big deal. And unfortunately, we're used to phrases like substandard wiring and dilapidated roads and unstable foundations that need replacing. So it's good that we're being able to, go after all these problems with Glen Oaks. I did have just a brief question before I open it up on a specific aspect of Glen Oaks at the McLean Glen Oaks intersection and the Wells Fargo parking lot, which I'm sure is, a big hotspot as far as the planning, because there's always either ballards going up or there was a cement island for a little bit, and then it was removed as far as part of this project. So if you could just put a little color on what exactly is going to be happening at that, is there going to still be like a left turn restriction, or how is that Wells Fargo parking lot situation, I guess, going to be shaken out there?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So those raised medians that we don't have anything along Glen Oaks at those left turn pockets. So the idea is these raised medians that will follow the contour of those left turn pockets will actually go back a couple hundred feet and will prevent turning in and turning off out of the parking lot across traffic and people turning across oncoming traffic. As I was saying before, you have those 21,500 daily trips that equates to quite a few trips per hour through these intersections. And so these raised medians become very important for restricting those people trying to cut out really fast across and get onto Glen Oaks out of that parking lot, or cutting across oncoming traffic to get into the parking lot. It's going to be a lot more kind of making right turns to get out of there rather than trying to make left turns across short sections. So
is that a similar thing that's occurring in front of the swap meet as well? I know they have similar kind of cones and such there.
Yeah, well, every one of these intersections, signalized intersections, will have these raised medians to start to prevent these types of left turn movements in both directions.
Understood. Okay, so that sounds great. Let me go ahead and open it up to council. Let's start, I guess, with Ms. Mendoza. Any questions, comments?
No, but I enjoyed the presentation, Matthew. Very good. first time I see pictures like that that depict just about every phase of of the work that's been done. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Excellent, excellent, Ms. Ballin.
Are we on budget? Have we gone over budget? Where are we at? Are we gonna have some money left over?
I don't believe we're going to have it. We're going to be pretty tight. We've been trying to keep this going. One thing I will say is there will be a slight delay, at least right now. We've been working with SoCal Gas, who has approached us and would like to trench across for a gas line they're putting in all the way up to a foothill. And they've approached us and we basically told them we can't pave this intersection and have you come in and do this this trench across at the intersection of Arroyo and Glen Oaks. And as a result of that, they're going to be actually doing the paving, or at least it looks like they are, because they're going to start their project a few weeks after we're done paving. And so we have shifted over the cost of doing that intersection to them, and we will have the savings there that we would be able to apply to other unforeseen things that came up during the project. One of the issues we had, if you think back to that photo I showed you of the spaghetti mess of wire in the pull box at that corner, having to fix a lot of these old wires, repairing conduits, things like that, got a little costly. So having savings in other areas of the project, I believe, is going to help us come in very close to our original budget. My hope is that we still would come in a little bit below, but we're going to be living right around that number. We shouldn't be substantially above that. I believe we're going to come in under it, and I think a lot of that has to do with the potential savings of SoCal Gas doing their work and then coming back and paving that themselves. So that little part of the intersection will be delayed a little while, probably about 3 weeks to a month. But I believe the savings that we would get from that will benefit the city in this project.
Well, that's really great. I'm just curious. So we're replacing many of those signal lights, but how about throughout the rest of the city? Do we have a plan?
In terms of putting in new signals,
all of the above, Matthew.
All of the above.
Yes.
That's
pressure.
Thank you for your question, because that's definitely one of the big projects I have for myself this year, is putting in kind of redoing our CIP plan, kind of reprioritizing the work we need to do in the city, working with the community to find out what those priorities are. Obviously, we have a lot of traffic safety issues that we need to work on. And so these are projects that we need to move and elevate to the forefront, as well as doing any of these kind of relooking at how we do our pavement program in terms of, after we're done paving, doing more preventative maintenance to keep us from getting into these situations where we have buckling, subgrade failures, and keeping that water out. Because as soon as we start having drainage problems, we need to start addressing it. And unfortunately, we've had a lot of drainage issues over the years. So traffic work, a lot of rethinking how we approach pavement maintenance, staying on top of it, ideally doing more slurry seals because we're staying on top of it, rather than having to go in and do these overlays, because they're a lot cheaper if we're able to kind of do slurry seals every 7 to 10 years versus a major overlay every 20 to 25 years. It'll save the city a lot of money. So we really need to rethink how we approach traffic and road safety throughout the city.
Well, thank you very much. Great presentation. I'm looking forward to meeting you one day.
Absolutely, likewise.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you so much. Can't believe this project's finally looking like it's going to end. This has been more than 4 years that have been going on this, I believe. This project has had several issues. When the government shut down with Trump so many years ago due to that bridge, and so many things. The community's been begging and asking for this, so it's very, very exciting. But one of my questions is, I brought up a while ago Um, when we're digging up streets, and specifically this street, we talked about the possibility of adding, and we were told that we're going to add a conduit for fiber. So when fiber, so we can actually start to look at and hook up fiber online capability for our community. And I didn't see anything mentioned about that in this project. Did this wind up getting added, or did something happen and it not get added to this to add conduit for fiber optic lines?
Yeah, unfortunately I can't speak to in my short time here. I'm not familiar with that phase of the work. I know it's not included in, and as far as I know, my review of the records, it wasn't included in any of those discussions. But I believe that if we were to come along and trench for doing adding fiber optic for better broadband, things like that, that is something that is not too invasive. Actually, you could typically do that in fairly small micro trenches along curb and gutter. So I don't imagine that would be an issue for coming back and doing this at a later date. But unfortunately, I can't speak to was it in or was it pulled out, that kind of thing. Maybe Nick, you have a little bit of history on that one.
Yes, and since we, kind of some discussions with the prior public works director, and unfortunately, this project has spanned 3 public works directors and 3 city managers. So sometimes things sort of get lost in the mix there. But we did speak about adding some of the conduit, and there was an engineering reason that we didn't do it. At the time, and I'll have to look back and dig up, but there was a reason it was looked at. And also, I think there was the point that actually Spectrum, or one of the other companies, actually has quite a bit of fiber and already laid in that area. So it almost seemed like it would be a lot cheaper of a proposition to actually rent bandwidth from them rather than dig up the street and have our own bandwidth. But I'll have to dig up and look at what the because we did discuss it, and there was, as Matt said, our budget right now is so razor thin that anything, even anything would have tipped it over. And the idea was we were potentially I think we were looking at running it through, water lines or some other lines that are existing lines. But I think the engineering for that didn't necessarily work out the way that we had, that it was originally thought. But I will follow up and look at what those what the reason was at the time that it didn't necessarily pencil out.
Thank you. Yes, I would love to have, if you can send that over to me, because I think it's essential that whenever we dig up these streets or we do any repairs, if we're able to try to lay line or even lay conduit for the future, that can be huge, because so many cities are now going over to having fiber optics, and they're able to have high-speed internet to their residents at a much lower price than what the companies are allowing or even trying to give us. So if we can do that, I think that would be great for our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And yeah, I just had a couple brief comments on the project. One thing that, I kind of consider as part of the Glen Oaks project, where obviously, I guess it was a little bit more of a cosmetic, is the tree ad hocs kind of allocation for trees along Glen Oaks. And we had mentioned, and we had met with city staff to discuss the engineers kind of assessment of I think it was 130 plus available tree wells or areas where we could plant trees along Glen Oaks. So I'm wondering, how much of the ad hoc allocation was able to, kind of cover, and how much more do we need, or kind of like maybe just give us a brief update on that.
Yeah, I think our preliminary numbers on if we wanted to go and put in these roughly 100, I think it was 135 trees was the count we had along Glen Oaks that we would do in a phased fashion. I think the number was around $45,000 if we were to do that all at once. So I think we would, I'm not sure what the tree fund currently sits at, or what those allocations were, but I think we would probably be looking at it, phasing that approach in order to be able to, we could be looking at other funds or.
Yeah, totally. No, I think it was not only a budget thing for a phased approach, but also kind of like a man hours thing, right? You know, we're
Sure.
small department and all that
Yes.
stuff. So, I mean, I'm just kind of curious as to what kind of down payment we were able to put towards those, you know, total number of trees, and maybe how many we can expect, I guess, going forward over the next 2-3 years or what have you.
Yeah, I think if you're talking, let's say if you're talking $10,000 sitting there, then we'd be able to do, you know, roughly 25% of those trees. So we basically kind of just look at it, every increment of $10,000, you're probably getting another quarter to a fifth of the stage work done. So we can kind of piece it
Well,
together.
I guess Nick, I mean, I'm sure you're just kind of tracking everything about, as you know, how much we allocated, and you know, trying to put those cosmetic kind of finishing touches on the project as well, right?
Yeah, and we did that. So the $10,000 was what the tree we had kind of set aside from the tree
Got
act.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be
Okay,
sure.
so yeah, like 25% of the available trees then. Okay, that's good to know for sure. All right, and I think the mayor has rejoined. Mr. Mayor, do you want to kind of chime in here?
Just briefly rejoined, but yeah, I want to thank Matt for this presentation. I think that it's really astounding. This project has been delayed, I feel, for far too long. And there's a lot of people skeptical out in the community that it is going through. But I think that your presentation today helps alleviate some of those concerns. And my only hope is that we can put some of this up on the city's social media so that people can see that this street is being done. It's come up as a pretty big question. And so I'm glad that we're finally moving forward on it. Those are my comments.
And just
Vice Mayor, back to you.
Okay, great. I think staff was going to chime in again. Was that Nick?
Oh, sure. No, just to Mayor Fajardo's point, we will be notifying the community about the work starting next week. I'm sure we're probably not going to be everybody's favorite department next week as this road is getting torn apart. It is a messy process. It's bumpy. It's louder. I mean, it's for a week. It won't be fun, but I promise at the other end of it, it'll be a nice product.
Okay, great.
We will use social media to push out some of this information.
Oh, Ms. Mendoza, please.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, how you were going to notify the residents in that area or businesses, because, you know, I've had, you know, residents call me that they don't get notified, or maybe we notify the landlord. I don't know if you notify the landlord if they're renters. How is this going to be done?
I mean, there is the social media aspect, but the major traditional aspect is the contractor and our construction manager going out, boots on the ground, and handing out the flyers to businesses and residences. So that communication is going to be happening this week and letting them know. And then we should have the message boards at both ends of Glen Oaks, kind of alerting everybody to the work that's being done. So give them an opportunity to possibly bail out and go a different direction if they can.
If you could send me that notice when it's ready.
Absolutely.
I can send it to those that inquire about it.
You bet. I will gladly do that.
I have a question. So you said that they hand out those notices, but do they attempt to mail them? Because that might be the easiest way to let people to know that it at least got to people's mailboxes. I think that having, leaving it at their door, trying to give it to them is great as well. But I think that having us, at least one certain method is very helpful.
Sure. Yeah. Let me follow. I know that we do mail notifications as well. I think that might be more in the kind of different phases of the project. So if there's time, I can see if we can get something out in the mail as well, just to kind of, bundle up our efforts to let everybody know.
Or at least a sign that lets people know that driving the area every day, it's coming this day to this day, so that they have some kind of advance notice as they drive by.
Sure.
Vice
Okay,
Mayor,
does that
if you want to take the lead, that's great. That would be a big
Okay,
help.
sure. Sure, if you need me to, no problem. I think that concludes this item. I think we should move on to another very important item on our agenda, the budget item, and we can kick it off to our city manager to start us off on this presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And we have Diego, our finance director, has joined us. He will be walking us through a presentation on this item.
Good evening, everyone. I'm unable to share my screen. It says that the host has disabled me.
There you go.
Thank you. Can everyone see that, please?
I think we see Ms. Fritz's screen right now.
Yeah. I think we need to stop sharing, Ms. Fritz, and then allow, there we go.
There we go. Okay, excellent.
So we're good?
Good.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. This evening, we will be presenting the estimates of the fiscal year 2019 and 2020 budget, discuss the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the fiscal year 2021 budget preparation, and we'll also discuss on how on ways that staff intends to monitor the budget going forward. The stay-at-home order started in March of 2020, and that was immediately after staff's presentation of the mid-year 2019-2020 budget review and the early preparations of the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 budget. At that point, staff was uncertain of the magnitude of the pandemic, and staff took steps to monitor the city's finances. We started reviewing our internal expenses. We froze large capital purchases, and we sought to complete in-progress capital projects before allocating funding to new capital projects. In preparing the 2020-2021 budget, staff asked department heads to reduce the department spending by 10%. We removed enhancements, and we sought other internal strategies to save funds. Staff also began to document personnel and PPE expenses for the pandemic. And in 2019-2020, we accumulated about $260,000 in those expenses. And for the first part of our 2021 fiscal year, we have already accumulated about $113,000 in related expenses. As of September 30.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Diego. The slides are not moving forward with you. They're stuck at the first.
Are you still stuck
at the first slide? Mm-hmm.
Are you not seeing background? Let me see if this.
Oh. So far, we just see the opening slide.
Is that better? I can see. I can
Let
see.
me see. You click to the next one. Yeah, no, it's not switching. The presentation isn't switching with you.
Oh, I can see the slides moving on my screen.
Diego, I would just suggest maybe stop sharing and then try sharing again. Sometimes that'll reset it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing that selection. I guess I'm frozen too.
If you go at the top and it said there should be a little screen that says, there you go. So it stopped. So maybe now just try sharing again.
Okay, now we see your web browser. Now go ahead and open up PowerPoint.
Yeah, I have it open. I'm not sure what's going on.
Ms. Fritz, if you have the presentation, could you just cue the slides on your screen and let Mr. Banez just speak over, and he can let you know when to move forward on the next slide.
Actually, Miss Friss is heading down to help Mr. Ibanez.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
Due to her trial and error over the last few council meetings, she's become an expert in Zoom.
Okay.
I'm going to now assist him real quickly. Sorry, bear with us for a moment, please.
Another possibility is that since we do seem to have a pretty long agenda today, if Mr. Kimball, do you want to stick on this item or do you want to do the COVID updates and some of the other ones? I don't know how big of a chunk of a time this will take for the agenda. You're on mute.
I'm good if we want to move to the COVID-19 item, and then maybe Diego can just email a presentation to Julia as the vice mayor had recommended. So I'm gonna stop sharing on this item. Okay, so go ahead, Tim, if you want to pick up on the COVID-19, and then we'll come back. Diego can email his presentation to Julia, and then she can run the presentation. So we'll come back to this finance item.
Great. Sounds like a plan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. I will also now attempt to share my screen. Wish me luck. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we're looking good.
Bear with me for a second. Okay. All right, you've seen this update several times now. This is our latest update regarding the city's COVID-19 response efforts and various metrics related to the pandemic. As of October 7th, this is how the numbers shake out for Los Angeles County. 278,000 cases, 6,700 deaths. Here in San Fernando, we have reached 1,000 cases and stayed static at 19 deaths as of the last time we provided this update. I do have data that shows a chart that shows this trend over the last 3 months, which to show you how this had progressed across the county. Also provided just some numbers since we started providing these updates in terms of the case number aggregation over time for City of San Fernando. The LA County order of the health officer has been updated twice over the last 2 weeks. The first update came on October 6th. That one primarily permitted outdoor dining to resume at breweries and wineries, subject to the COVID-19 social distancing requirements and restrictions. If you'll recall, earlier in the summer, breweries and wineries were allowed to reopen if they also included food services. Shortly thereafter, however, the regulations changed and they were shuttered until the 6th of this month. Additionally, indoor shopping malls were allowed to reopen at 25% capacity as of October 7th. Last week, the county issued another revision to the health order. This one was related to allowing private gatherings of persons from no more than 3 households, which could be held outdoors only in conformance with social distancing requirements. As a corollary to this, private gatherings of persons of more than 3 households are and remain prohibited. California's blueprint for a safer economy. This was the update that was generated at the state level back in August. Here are the 4 tiers of risk that determine how open or closed the local economy can be, and it is on a county-by-county basis. Here are the latest numbers. Here's what the map looks like for the state currently. As you can see, the counties that surround Los Angeles County, they have, by and large, with the exception of San Bernardino County, transitioned out of Tier 1 into Tier 2, the substantial, which is the red. However, Los Angeles County remains in Tier 1. This is our latest data. Where we have missed the mark is in that positivity rating. I'm sorry, it is in the number of cases, new COVID-19 cases per 100,000 on a daily basis. We need to be at a rate that is at 7 cases or lower. As you can see in the numbers here, we're at 7.6 currently. There will be an update. This data is updated weekly on Tuesdays. So tomorrow we will have new information, and to be able to to be able to move down from a tier, you have to actually meet the metrics for that next tier down for a minimum of 2 weeks. In terms of city facilities, not much changed here over the last couple of weeks. City Hall remains open to the public and is open to public customers Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays in the afternoons. We continue to provide outdoor services permits for local businesses that want to conduct their business outdoors. We also, this facilitates services on sidewalks, private parking lots. We're continuing the street closure of San Fernando Road between Brand Boulevard and Maclay on Saturday evenings and all day Sundays. In addition, we have the City Parks Open Space Service Area program, which allows San Fernando businesses such as gyms, fitness centers, dance studios, cycling studios, in some cases actually houses of worship, to provide outdoor services at our city parks. The residential food distribution program, under this, which utilizes some of the CARES Act funding that the city was allocated, San Fernando households are eligible to receive non-perishable food items. It's basically a basket that's valued at approximately $250. The first round of distribution was actually this past weekend on Saturday to 78 households. There were a number of households that did not come by on Saturday to pick up their distribution. And if you are one of them, or if you know somebody, reach out to the city, to Recreation and Community Services staff to pick up that distribution. The city is still accepting new applicants, and you can complete the application on the city's website or here at City Hall. And this is an example of the goods that you would receive within the basket. In addition, we have the personal protective equipment for businesses program. This is for San Fernando businesses. This utilizes the remaining portion of our CARES Act funding that the city was allocated. Eligible businesses can receive essential items up to $125 in value. We are still accepting applications. To date, we've received 57 eligible businesses that have submitted their interest in the program. And again, you can apply at City Hall or online. Tenant, in terms of tenant relief and protection, there are statewide protections in place for residential tenants as a result of the State Assembly Bill 3088. In addition, the state allows local health departments or local counties to extend commercial eviction protections through March 31st of 2021. Here locally, Los Angeles County has extended commercial protections through November 30th, and extensions thereafter on an ongoing basis seem to be kind of the trend in terms of how LA County is handling that component. Here are the updated COVID-19 data for Los Angeles County. Daily number of persons tested. We are seeing a slight increase over the past couple days. 7-day average, last time the update was provided, was 12,600. Right now, we're hovering above 13,000 as a 7-day average. Percent of tests that are positive is relatively static. Last time we provided the update, it was 3.1%. The time before that we provided the update, it was 3.0%, and currently it's pegged at 3.2%. Daily number of hospitalized patients. There is a slight increase from 673 last time we provided the update to just over 750 currently. This is a new chart. This is showing countywide the daily number of deaths as a 7-day average. And so the start of this chart begins on July 13th, culminating on the right-hand side about 3 months later on October 11th. So during this approximate 3-month period, you're seeing this gradual decline in the daily number of deaths. Obviously peaked within the county following the 4th of July period, when things started being, when the numbers started going the wrong direction, and then reclosures. Apparently my battery is a quarter full. Here's the death rate by ethnicity. So this is what they call the mortality rate, which is the number of deaths from COVID-19 per 100,000 population. in a ethnic group or within an income category. This news hasn't changed since the first time we presented it. There continues to be a disparate impact on persons of color, as well as folks as disadvantaged economically. And so you see these numbers continue to bear out. That concludes staff's update. Happy to answer any questions. We also will want to discuss any discussions about upcoming events, including the holiday season is coming up soon, and really starts in many households with thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And before we go to council comments, I would like to just item 10, if we can talk about item 9 and 10 together, because as Tim has mentioned, item 10 is really just related to some additional feedback for Halloween. We sort of started that discussion at our last council meeting, and at that point, we got direction from City Council to provide some information on the LA County's Halloween guidance through our social media, email, constant contact, and alert San Fernando. We've started some of that effort through social media, and email, and then also placing electronic signs. I think the police department has one along Glen Oaks Boulevard and other high areas to let community members that door-to-door trick-or-treating is not recommended. So we just wanted to get some final feedback if there are additional actions that council would like us to take in addition to that sort of education piece of it. We would like to get that direction today, as Halloween is 2 weeks from 2 days ago. So if you don't mind, we'll talk about 9 and 10 together, and then we can dispense of those before going back to the Diego show.
Okay, great. That sounds fine. Let's begin with Ms. Mendoza.
You're on mute, Mary. Ms. Mendoza, sorry.
Thank you. I have a question regarding evictions, and what is the guidance, or what are the rules right now for those tenants who are maybe experiencing that?
Councilmember Mendoza, yeah, thank you for that. Generally, the broad brushstrokes of this is that there are residential and commercial eviction moratoriums in place. If you have any inquiries about this and the particular how this affects folks on a specific basis, I field those questions on a regular basis, so you can forward those to me at the Community Development Department.
Okay. Do you provide them with information on what they can do, or?
I provide them with what the latest rules are, how they may apply to their specific circumstances. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess, are we addressing Halloween, or are we going to address it just after this?
No, please, yes, let's include it.
I'd like to follow the guidelines from the LA County guidelines, make sure we inform the residents, the signage that we discussed last week about those lighted up signs. I know there's the resident that has the concern regarding Orange Grove. I think that we need to kind of brainstorm on how we can help out that area, make sure that it's safe on whatever is decided tonight. And then maybe the chief can chime in on this and, give us some input on that as well. Thank you.
Great. I don't know. Yeah, Chief, if you want to share some comments.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. We'll do our best in the PD to try to keep the safety of our kids and our community during Halloween, and we'll also get the message out as best we can to the public. Make sure that they follow the county guidelines and make sure our kids are safe and our residents are safe as well. too. But mainly we'll try to be as visible as we can in those areas on Orange Grove between 4th and 5th Street up to Glen Oaks and some of the other side streets, and of course throughout the city as well. So we'll do the best we can, and hopefully everybody will be safe and have a good time, but be safe at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ms. Ballin.
So, Tim, I want to understand about Halloween. Are we saying, or we're going to take a vote that no distribution of candy, no Halloween? What is the objective here?
So I'll chime in if you don't mind, Councilmember Ballin. So the objective is, I guess that's the policy decision. I think what Ms. Mendoza just put out is not basically not to do anything different than what the guidance that the county has. And the guidance that the county has is that trick-or-treating is not prohibited, but it's not recommended. So, people could trick-or-treat. It's not prohibited. However, because of the difficulties and the danger, it's not recommended. So that's I think that there wouldn't require a vote if that's the direction the council would like to go in sticking with the county health guidelines, current health guidelines. If the council wants to do something a little more strict, maybe prohibit trick-or-treating, that would require a council action, council direction, a vote to prohibit trick-or-treating. Conversely, if we'd like to give alternate guidelines that are a little bit different from what the county has with regards to not recommended, then that's again another council policy that would require a vote from city council. So it really depends on which way council goes. It was kind of a split. That's the reason we brought it back this week, because it was sort of a split thought a couple of weeks ago by council. Many, from what I'm aware, most cities are abiding by educating their community, but going by the LA County guidelines. I do know one city, Beverly Hills, did take a vote to prohibit trick-or-treating. And I do know another community, Santa Clarita, is allowing trick-or-treating, so to speak. So, I mean, there are different ways that each community has decided to deal with the trick-or-treating over the next week or two. However, the overwhelming majority that I'm aware of are following the county.
Okay, so thank you for answering my questions.
Sorry, Nick, you seem to be breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure if it's near your end. Just want to let you know.
Was there did should everyone get that, or should I go over a little bit? Should I recap quickly?
You can recap, Nick.
Okay, so my quick recap, and am I coming through more clear now?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry about that. My quick recap is that some communities are, most communities are just abiding by the LA County health guidelines that in providing education to their community members on that trick-or-treating is not recommended, but it is not prohibited. I do know a few communities have taken different actions. Beverly Hills, for one, I know has voted to prohibit trick-or-treating. And Santa Clarita, I know has sort of put out a message that they will be sort of allowing trick-or-treating. But a majority of the communities that I'm aware of are following the county health guidelines, which is basically providing information to all their community members that trick-or-treating, because of the inherent difficulties with that activity, is not a recommended activity, but is not prohibited.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bellin. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I also agree that we should just follow the county's recommendation and go forward with that. Thank you.
Great. I did just kind of want to ask staff's opinion on the other possible safety implementations that you have here in the agenda, specifically on potential road closures of busy streets. Is there kind of like a something, certain streets you have in mind already that you might anticipate could get busy? Because personally, I would like to explore a little bit more road closures, even if it was during, even if we weren't during a global pandemic. I think road closures are um, uh, somewhat of a good thing if we could slow down traffic when there's a bunch of kids in the streets, you know. And so I think if there's more we can do on that end, we should maybe explore it in front of council here and see if there's any more recommendations we can get as far as what you have here in the agenda.
Sure, and you know, to go into that one a little deeper, and the Public Works Director Matt is still on the line with us, so he can add some additional flavor. I mean, you know, the challenge with closing the streets, quite frankly, is that on a Saturday we just don't have that many staff, so we'll have to bring staff in. We don't, you know, we still need to keep the street open to residential traffic, to those residents that do live on that street. So we don't want to create a false sense of security where sometimes if we put out K-rails, you know, at some of the street entrances, but still have to keep it open to residential traffic, you create a false sense of security for the pedestrians, that they can walk in the street, and that it's a little more safe to be in the street, which is, you know, that's still not safe. So, you know, we would need to do, if we're going to close down some streets, I think we would need to do full closures to make it as safe as possible. But if that's the issue, then we would need to tow any cars that were in that street. Any residents that were in live in that area, you know, would be highly impacted because we basically, they wouldn't have access to their homes, you know, to make it.
Is this something that we did last year? Did we do any road closures last year? No, right? Okay. And then what about like as far as more signage and signaling and so forth?
So that's another thing that what we could potentially do is put some of our K-rails, and not necessarily put them on the street, but put them on the sidewalks, and put large, similar to what you see in downtown, you have K-rails with like a large sign on it about the mall association. So we could put those on the sidewalk and just put, you know, we could print out some large format recommendations about, you know, trick or treating, kind of similar to our, can you hear me still, or is it still coming in and out?
It's a little spotty, but
I don't know. I'll try to get, maybe it'll help if I get a little closer. So what we could do, an alternative, is take some K-rails and put them on the sidewalks in some of those high traffic areas, and print out large format signs that have, you know, some of the guidelines about staying safe and door-to-door trick-or-treating. We could post those on the K-rails, and keep those out there for a few days so that people can see those, and it would be somewhat of a discouragement to have larger crowds.
you don't have any digital signage?
We do. So we have two traffic signal lights. The problem is that you know, the confluence of a number of activities coming together, is that we have the Glen Oaks. We're going to be using those on Glen Oaks to tell people that there's going to be construction and use alternate routes. Those are very limited. It's almost like a tweet. You only have 140 characters or so. So it's hard to say, you know, that we don't have enough room to say that there's construction on Glen Oaks from, you know, this state to this state, and trick-or-treating is not recommended. I do believe, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have one or two digital signs through the police department that we could look to locate over in that area. Just one, Chief?
Yeah, we have two, but only one is functioning, and we have that set up. That's actually in the back of our parking lot, and it's being viewed on Brand Boulevard for safety for Halloween. So we can move that wherever you like, and you know, during that week of Halloween and the day of Halloween as well.
So those are some options with signage in the area.
Where would the recommendation be if we were to use the signage? Where would we put that one, you know, sign?
I would probably leave that up to the chief because he's been here for 63 years and he knows where the high traffic areas are. Him and his crew.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. But I think it would probably the best thing to do is probably put it maybe on Orange Grove, either off of 4th Street or 5th Street, because that's the most high traffic area. I mean, of course, we want to put something up for the whole city, but because that's more high traffic of trick-or-treaters, it's probably the best place to put it on Orange Grove, either off of 4th Street or 5th Street, and try to maybe you can move it during the week of Halloween at different areas of that, different streets in that area, so you kind of get the message out there as best we can.
And then I don't know, Chief, if you saw the public comment from earlier, but I think there was a mention of Orange Grove, 4th Street and 5th Street being,
right.
I guess, a high traffic during Halloween. So in your experience, that's also true. It's kind of busy there. Yes, it is. It is very busy traditionally for that night, and knock on wood, we've never had any issues, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So we'll do our best to get the sign up that week, and or actually maybe even before that, and get the message out as quickly as we can. Cool. Okay. Well, I mean that I myself, I guess, might throw that out to council and say that would be something that I think we should consider, giving staff direction on. But I think I see some hands up. So, Ms. Mendoza, if you want, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, couldn't we rent some of those lighted signs just for this time period? Is that a possibility that, something we can do so we can let the residents know that Halloween is, we're not recommending door-to-door trick-or-treating and then those additional signs in that area?
Yeah, we'll have Public Works, some of the traffic reach out and see if any of the our traffic consultants that we typically work with have the signs that we can rent.
Great, thank you. I think it's important. We need to ensure that everyone's safe on that Saturday of Halloween. Thank you.
Great. And I think we were on, or Mr. Gonzalez, I think just wrapped up his comments, I believe. So, Mr. Mayor, are you on? Is there something you want to comment on in this item?
No, I agree with the council. I'm sorry that my screen's kind of dark. I always have lighting problems for whatever reason. But I am, I'm in agreement with the city council.
Great.
I think, what direction do you feel that you need at this point?
No, I think we have direction unless council wants to take an action to do something different from the county health order, which it doesn't sound like. We will look at additional signage and put out additional signage especially in those high traffic areas per council direction.
Okay, and I know that we skipped some items. We went to item 9 and 10. Number 11, I feel, is a shorter item, so I would like us to go to that one. I know that when we hit 10 o'clock, we said in the past that we would, check in with the council to see how much further we want to go in terms of the meeting, but I would like us to do number 11. This is a consideration to adopt a resolution declaring the first Tuesday in November of even-numbered years as election day in San Fernando. Vice Mayor, you agendize this? Vice Mayor Pacheco?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute there. Yes, thank you. As my comments in the past reflected, I am a very big proponent of getting out the vote and exercising our civic duty. And so I think everyone here in council has been so supportive. We all recognize the importance of Election Day. And short of having to reopen negotiations with labor and such to kind of make it an official holiday for the city, I just thought it would be important for us to kind of take a stand and plant a flag about how important it is that people stand up and vote and to be counted. And, it really goes to so many aspects of our civic life.
not only here in San Fernando on the local level, but as we are all aware of the many governorships and state legislatures and Senate races and even the presidency. And so I'm very proud about how this came out. So thank you to the staff, thank you to Ms. Fritz, and to everyone who kind of coalesced around this. And I will kind of just leave it at that and open up to comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. So in regards to this, what exactly are we going to be doing besides obviously having this resolution? Looking at just having the social media posts, what exactly are we looking for?
So from a staff standpoint, we can certainly, it's similar to, we just had, National Bosses Day, I believe was on Friday. So it's similar to that sort of sentiment. So we can definitely, and obviously we've been putting out a lot of social media about surrounding the importance of voting over the last few weeks. But we can definitely kind of create a little slogan, Election Day in San Fernando, and kind of put out some social media posts. That definitely would be appropriate, assuming council adopts this resolution.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballin.
It's more than election day in San Fernando. It's just election day period, right? And I have a little concern about what Hector said. It's a holiday. I'm a little confused about that. I didn't think that we agreed that election day would be a holiday for the city. Did I get that wrong?
As far as I know, there was no agreement. I mean, everything is subject based on whatever the council decides and votes on. So I guess this is an opportunity to take that decision or to make that decision and to vote it up or down. That's my understanding. Mr. Kimball, if you wanted to say something differently.
Yeah, I know, and I believe, I don't want to speak for you, Vice Mayor. I believe you said short of opening up negotiations and making it a holiday.
Yeah, no, I think this is a step in that direction, but yeah, there was no kind of decision made on actual election day because, like I said, it has to do with labor agreements and city staffing levels and everything like that. So that's why we thought maybe a resolution would be something similar in that vein.
And I would just simply point out that the resolution as drafted doesn't make any mention of actually a city holiday. It just simply, essentially, is just encouraging people to vote and recognizing the election day.
All right, that was a little confusing when Hector mentioned a holiday. That threw me off. So I have nothing else to add.
All right, Councilmember Mendoza.
I have no comment. Thank you.
Great. Well, I think that in the future, if we do call it a holiday, I don't see any problems with that. I think that this is really the foundation of our democracy, and it's simply re-emphasizing that it is a day of utmost importance. And I don't see that that there was any downside to doing so, but I think that what was presented to us today was a very, very modest proposal for us to consider, and so I'm proud to support it. Vice Mayor, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, thanks so much. I move the item.
I will second that. Roll call, please, Ms. Fritz.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Fajardo.
Yes. The motion carries. I don't know if I'm the only one, but my screen is freezing quite a bit. At least the audio is. Going to another quick but important item is item number 8, which is consideration to approve a side letter of agreement with the San Fernando Public Employees Association and San Fernando Management Group to resolve the impacts of the retirement incentive benefit and adopt related resolutions. Mr.
Thank you,
Kimball,
Mayor.
would you like to lead us on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And please let me know if I start going in and out my audio. I'll be relatively quick. We've been talking about this for the last 2 months now, and it dovetails well with Diego's presentation he may give in a little bit. And it was a result of trying to work through some, cost-cutting measures. So we've been working over the last 3 months now with the labor groups, the result of having about 10 employees retire will be that we have a number of other employees that will be absorbing additional responsibility. So as part of that, we need to reclassify and rework some of their job specs to make sure that we're accurately reflecting those additional job duties, and also equitably paying those people, compensating. It's late. I can't think after. It's equitably compensating those people for those new responsibilities. So the item before you tonight is our 2 side letters, one with our miscellaneous group and one with our management group. And this item will also adopt a number of new class specifications and the detailed plan for which classifications will be permanently unfilled due to the retirement, and then which classifications will need to be reclassified based on the new responsibilities. So I do want to just mention before we go on to the council discussion that a supplemental was sent to the city clerk that had a minor addition to the side letter agreement to be incorporated, an attachment A, and then also the city mechanic job specification, which was indicated would be provided under separate cover. Both of those have also been posted to the website as addenda. And then also as part of this, we would like to strike all of the mention in the side letter and the resolution to the public works technician, as there is some additional work that we need to do on that particular job spec. But so we would request that the motion for this item includes the supplemental agenda material provided by the city clerk at about 5:30 this afternoon, and also strikes references to the public works technician from this agreement, and that will be brought forward at a later date. That is all that staff has, and we'll answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez, followed by Councilmember Ballin.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I have no further questions on this.
Councilmember Ballin, followed by Mendoza.
Nick, you and Diego did an outstanding job. There are no questions.
Oh, sorry, my turn. Nick, in terms of the employees that are retiring, just right on, right? When will we be able to start filling these positions?
So we will be, for each classification, if there are multiple people, to make this less confusing, we have a classification which would be public works maintenance worker. If there are 3 people that are retiring, we only have to permanently unfill. Sorry, I have a cricket that's hanging out with me, if you can hear that in the background. But we have to permanently unfill one of the positions, and then the other 2 positions we can fill with new employees. So we're actually starting work right now. Obviously, we are going to be have some serious manpower issues due to some of this turnover. So we're actually already starting that recruitment process. We're going to get ready to put the job flyers out for those positions that we are recruiting for within the next few weeks, and start building lists and interview. Hopefully we can get some of those new employees on at the beginning of the year.
Okay. And is with this change in reclassifying positions and retirees, is there still a ladder for the employees within the departments?
Yeah, so we actually worked pretty hard to try to, a few years ago, the city council did commission a class and comps classification study that sort of outlined, different paths through. So for example, in the administrative assistant classification, you have an office assistant, which is kind of entry level. You have an administrative assistant, which is journey level. Then you have the executive assistant, which is kind of which is an advanced level in that classification. So the idea is that people could come in as an office assistant and move up. So we're actually able to. We didn't necessarily have that structure before. We had very specific job specs that didn't necessarily have a ladder that had a next step and a clear next step. We actually are implementing many of those recommendations as far as what classifications should be and how to structure so that there is a ladder. And we are, especially in public works, we're actually creating an operations manager. So, we'll have maintenance worker, senior maintenance worker, supervisor, superintendent, operations manager. So there's a very clear level that someone can make their way up the organization. And the operations manager, quite frankly, is at a level that potentially that would get training that could potentially be a public works director. So there's really a kind of a pathway all the way to the top through what we're trying to institute in through these new classifications. So yeah, that ladder it was an important consideration.
Okay, that sounds good. And I know that we talked about this reclassification. Are there any positions that still might qualify for reclassification, or where are we at in that?
Yeah, so we focused really, especially through negotiating with the union, we really focused on the positions that are impacted by any employees that are retiring and really needing to kind of redistribute their work. So we focused on positions that are being directly impacted by that, which is quite a few positions, quite frankly. So, but there are, if we're looking at the classification study that was done a few years ago, there are some areas where there may still be some opportunity to look at that classification study. We talked a little about SEIU, kind of brought that forward a few times. We asked them, let's work together to really implement the classifications that are being impacted. And then after we get that, addressed through that meet and confer process, then we can come back to the table, or we can have further discussions on those remaining classifications and what we would talk with council that going forward. So, we are making a pretty significant amount of progress though through this proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. That's all I have.
And Vice Mayor, I'm glad to know that cricket was you, because I was wondering where my office was. It sounds so close.
Yeah, no, I don't. It must be trying to get. They must be looking for a PPE because we have it all in the room I'm in. So he must.
It must be. Vice Mayor.
Or yeah, that's like ultra distracting, but we'll let you slide on this Zoom. Yeah, you said something, Mr. Kimball, that we may be facing serious manpower issues, and that was one of my fears embarking down this road of retirement incentives. And so I really do implore you and your staff to make the sensible decisions in terms of getting these hires as soon as possible. I think it's we're very fearful that having all these retirements are going to impact services, especially kind of bearing the lead a little bit. I've read ahead in terms of our budget situation, and so knowing that where we stand in our budget situation and knowing that we still have all these retirement incentives going out, it's definitely on our mind in terms of making sure that services aren't impacted. So I guess whatever we have to do in terms of whether it's the operations manager and so forth, but I'll kind of reserve some of those comments for our budget discussion. But otherwise, I think, like I said, going down this road of retirement was always going to be fraught with the possibility that services might be impacted. And so please keep us informed and updated as to how things are going on finding some of these replacement workers. But that's it as far as my comments on that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this. And I will move item number 8 per staff's recommendation, both as stated in the agenda and the verbal additions made by Mr. Kimball, as well as the document emailed to us called Agenda Item 8, Supplemental Material. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Another semi-quick item, since we are quickly approaching 10 o'clock, is item number 7. So I will go next to that. Mr. Kimball.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Recreation Director Julian Venegas is on. Julian, if you want to really quickly go through item 7.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and council members. Item 7 is real quick. Is asking for permission to approve Resolution 8033, authorizing the submittal of a grant application for the Prop 68 per capita grant. The Recreation, Parks, and Wellness Commission has reviewed the potential projects. There were 11. They're in the packet. They were actually resurfacing the wood floor, the ceilings in the gym at Recreation Park, signage, repair the stage, and so forth. So there's about 11 programs that were identified for this funding. The commission made 3 recommendations. The top 3 were to renovate the playground at Pioneer Park, to renovate the lighting along the walk path at Las Palmas Park, and to repair the roofing at Recreation Park. One of the 2 major items that they looked for was providing a safety to the park participants, patrons, and reduce liability. The top one that staff would like to recommend and move forward for the Prop 68 per capita grant is to renovate the playground at Pioneer Park. With your approval, staff would submit a grant application, and then also for the amount of $192,905, there is a 20% match, which is $38,581. This match could be in kind and in-kind services from staff and volunteers, but it could be also be an in-kind match. So we are asking that you approve this resolution to submit the grant and also approve a in-kind match with in-kind staffing and volunteer staffing. I could answer any particular questions you may have.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, followed by Councilmember Ballin.
I like this idea. Can you just kind of give a little bit more of a line item on how we can meet that in the matching funds of 30,000? I know you kind of went over it, but
sure. Basically,
how do we reach it?
Right. Okay. The in-kind match could be achieved basically 3 ways. One, for the city providing in-cash match. It could use the staff time related working on the project, various how staff dedicates the time to moving it forward, like writing up the proposals or the NIBs for the project itself. Also, we could have in-house contracting design the particular project. We could use volunteers to help us tear down the existing playground. We could use their time for that. And then we could, like I said, use city funds for that, or a combination of all three.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Julian, how are we going to keep the equipment clean? How often does it get cleaned?
Right now, the equipment is closed. It's not being cleaned at all.
No, I understand that, but once we open up, and I thought they allow like 25% at one point. I thought I heard that.
Right, the new order with the allowing playgrounds to open, they are recommending a 25% capacity of the playground, and to have guidelines for cleaning. There is also signage that we're going to post up letting the patrons know of the particular guidelines. And then we are looking at having staff monitor and clean the site when there are on site. The ones that we will have issues with where there's no site on, there's no one on site, which would be Pioneer. The other one is Lane Park, but we could work that into the schedule of having staff going around and cleaning the apparatuses, the play equipment. We need to work with Public Works to help us with that as well, to have the park cleaned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we're finally taking a crack at this list. I know it's been several years that we talked about, especially there at Pioneer Park and the pour and play there, because the pour and play is in complete disrepair. So I'm happy that we're doing this. And one of the other things that I really like about these three projects that we laid out is they're in different parks in different areas of the community. So it's showing that we're actually spreading some of the love here. I would also just like to add, I know there we need to look at Las Palmas Park. They have a driveway cut in to go to the barbecue area, and it's very difficult there to walk, especially with the stroller when I walk the kids there, because it's definitely not ADA access. And I know we talked about it before, so I just want to remind everybody to make sure that that's something we take a look at, because it could potentially be a hazard. So just keep that on our list, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I support the decision for the Pioneer Park move. I think with the Puig House renovation and so forth, it makes sense to kind of continue to push that park to its utmost potential. I do believe that lighting is very important, especially at Las Palmas Park. So I think that should be a priority going forward. And honestly, if you want to see one of the spookiest areas in San Fernando during this time, try going down the bike path right of way along the railroad tracks at nighttime. I mean, I think some of those lights are like shot out like a BB gun, and it is ghoulish. It's pretty frightening. So if like I was a jogger or a bicyclist, I would not feel safe. But those types of lighting issues definitely are important to residents, whether it's in parks,
whether it's on our bike path and so forth. So I do think they need to be, and even in our San Fernando Mall. So I think lighting is important. So thank you for trying to, I guess, incorporate it into the kind of scope of what we're going after. But ultimately, yeah, I think the top lot at Pioneer Park is a good move, and hopefully, we keep up our good luck with getting these grants for parks. And going forward, yeah, I would love for us to kind of continue to prioritize lighting going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I have to concur with my colleagues. I especially like what Councilmember Gonzalez said, that it's really nice that it shows a diversity of parks, different parts of the city. I think that it shows that we're committed to improving every corner of San Fernando. And once again, thank you for your great work on doing this. This is really helpful. And so having said that, I will move to approve item number 7 per staff's recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Bellin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. It is 5 past 10. However, I would recommend that since we only have one item left on the agenda, that we conclude this item, unless there are any objections. Mr. Kimball, would you like to lead us on this, or is Mr. Ibanez taking control?
Yeah. Since I have my Jiminy Cricket yelling at me over here, we'll have Mr. Ibanez who lead us. I believe we have our technical difficulties sorted out, and the city clerk will run the presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, Julia. If we could just start with slide number 5. The first 2 slides were just a preliminary sort of introduction into our budget process. There's not really much. It's just sort of more of a description. And I think that what council would really benefit from is if we started at slide number 5, which says preliminary 2019-2020 and estimates. Yes, right there, please. So I'd like to pick up here where I started, and I apologize for the earlier technical difficulties, but if I can pick up the presentation from here, I just want to give council a clear idea that as of September 30th, finance staff has already reconciled bank accounts, has posted journal entries, accruals, and receivables, and we are ending the year in a pretty good spot. Our general fund reserve for 2019-2020 is at 3.6 million. It's an increase of about 99% from 2018 to 2019, which is at 1.8. I credit the previous finance director for that. Bullet point number 2 is the adjusted budget revenues. We're at 20.5 million. And toward this year, we are reaching 21.4 million. And I need to remind council and staff that these are still preliminary numbers. They're pre-audit. We have closed everything up. Not closed everything up, but we have posted everything to our general ledger, and our auditors were on site last week, and we're starting our audit. So final numbers will be posted later in the year when we finish and publish the CAFR. The last bullet point on here is the table toward the end, which shows the city's largest revenue sources, which is sales tax, property tax, and charges for services. As you can see, the second column from the left has the adopted budget projections, and our sales tax there at 10.7. We're finishing off this year at about 11.1, and our 2021 adopted projection is about 9.6. Property taxes, again, it's at 2.5. We're finishing off at 2.6, and we're projecting, or we adopted a projection of about 2.4. And in our charges for services, 2.2. 2020 adopted was 2.3. Our preliminary year end is 2.14, and we are projecting about 2.2. Next slide, please, Julia. And I started off the presentation by wanting to give council an indication of how the pandemic, or how we're monitoring finances for during the pandemic for fiscal year 2020, 2021. We are anticipating a revenue reduction of about 9.4%. We have accounted for that. We set up our budget with a 10% reduction in department operating expenditures. All of the departments took a 10% hit, except for, a reduction except for the police department. We actually restored the reduction back. And internally, we had several strategies to save some money. We have a deferral of loan payments, a one-time reduction of payment to self-insurance, our self-insurance fund. And the last point is the golden handshake that City Manager Kimball presented on earlier, that it's also one part of our strategies to prepare or to kind of keep our budget in line with what's going on a macro level. The next slide, please, Julia. And overall, just to kind of give council a view, this is not an update. This is just kind of something that we promised during our budget session that we would bring back to council just to see where we were going to end off in our 2019-2020 year. For 2020, 2021, we suggest we keep the budget as is without any adjustments at this point. We will continue to monitor costs and submit reimbursement requests. The $311,000 that we were allocated by the CARES Act has already been spent in fiscal year 2019 and 2020. And now with this new fiscal year, we have accumulated about $371,000 in COVID expenses. That includes labor and PPE. We will continue to not have enhancements this year, but I need to remind council of a big radio purchase that we did in fiscal year 2019-2020. It was our emergency radio system the city drastically needed. We made that purchase last year, but we didn't receive the equipment to this year. So we'll be posting it on this fiscal year. And it's about a cost of about 2.1 million, and that will affect our reserve that was healthy in a few slides ago. Seeing how we are, no one has really ever budgeted for a pandemic. We will keep council informed on a quarterly basis in terms of the impact that's coming through or as needed, just to see if our expectations or if our forecasts are over or under, and kind of keep council informed of anything going forward. And the next slide is just questions. And that just concludes a brief presentation on the status of the city's finances at the end of fiscal year 2019-2020.
Councilmember Ballin, followed by Councilmember Mendoza.
Well, I'm glad we didn't agree to spend all those reserves. And great, you know, you're doing such a great job. I really appreciate it. Very easy to understand. I'm really hoping that things look up for the city, things look up for the United States, and don't give us any bad news.
I'll try.
Pressure's on. No,
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dick. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
I have one question in regards to the emergency equipment and how you said we had purchased it in 1920 and it's now going to be taken out of 2021. So if the funds were they allocated for 1920, what happened to those funds for that particular year? How are those being? How do the figures work there?
Those were, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out here, Nick.
So basically, that explains, if you look in the first bullet point under revenues, where it says the estimated 3.6 million general fund reserve, which is an increase of 1.8 million. Basically, that's because we didn't spend, the cash didn't go out the door for that expenditure for the radio system. So I think Diego had mentioned before, this year that cash is going to go out the door, which will, you know, it's about, I think it's $1.5 million is from the general fund.
Right.
So we'll still have, you know, we still did add to the reserve. It's just that most of that, what's added to the reserve was actually because we didn't spend money on the radio system, but that will happen this year.
Right. Catch up with us.
Okay.
I get you, Diego. It's what happens when it's after 10 o'clock. We get the crystal, we lose our ruby slippers and don't know how to get home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, followed by Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you and congratulations to City Council for really sticking strong on the last couple of years to make sure that we built up our reserves, and we were very fiscally sound the last couple of years. I'm so happy that we actually built up this reserve and didn't spend it. This is exactly what we needed it for, because there's a opportunities that we don't see that are around the corner. And, you know, we're still in earthquake danger, we're still in fire danger, floods. There's so much more that can happen. And we still don't even know how much longer that this will survive, or this coronavirus will continue. And even if the second wave is coming. So we definitely need to protect those reserves as much as possible. So thank you to everyone that's helped with this, and especially in making the correct decisions on City Council and staff. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, I think this is very reassuring. Knowing that sales tax revenue is actually going to be up year over year is absolutely a delightful surprise. I think that's something that everybody was very fearful about, whether there was going to be any spending and so forth. But luckily, things like home improvement projects and so forth are kind of in our wheelhouse here in San Fernando as far as our big retailers and sales tax ticket items. Just a couple things. One, somewhat pertinent to the discussion tonight. I would love for us to discuss financing or refinancing any of the city hall's debts, whether it's leveraging Measure A funds or what have you. I think we have to continue to explore seeing what we can do in terms of trying to I guess collect these funds that are, you know, going to be coming to us over the next several years earlier, so that we can try to make some headway on all the deferred maintenance that we have in the streets. And, you know, I think during this election season as well, I think a lot of focus is being put on the improvement that San Fernando needs to make in our streets. You know, I think trash is very big issue right now. I think tree trimming and tree maintenance is very big. Obviously, our potholes and our street conditions are still very subpar. A lot of failing grades out there, and so much work to be done. And so, knowing this, I personally, I truly appreciate, you know, echoing council's statements earlier, the tough decisions that we made in terms of labor and in terms of kind of tightening up the ship, so to speak. But personally, I can't support not putting more maintenance workers on our streets right now. I think we just have too much of a trash issue in the mall and downtown. We have too much of a pothole issue on our streets. And I think that knowing that we have a healthy reserve, no one's saying that we should spend it all. But I think we should really be thoughtful about whether we should be hiring more help to fix up some of the streets and sidewalks that we have here. I think, like I said, in election season, there's a lot of lip service paid to the kind of infrastructure investments that we need in San Fernando. But when it comes to, you know, tough budget meetings like this, I think it's really up to us as city council to find the courage to make these decisions in terms of putting these dollars on the streets to work, because they really do need it. Secondly, knowing that we have a small portion of the Glen Oaks renovation projects tree wells accounted for, I think it was 10,000 out of 45,000, is a great start. And I would also like to advocate that city council go ahead and make a budget enhancement so that the remaining tree wells can be filled, whether it's over the next year or 2 years. I think that balance of $35,000 is a small drop in the bucket compared to the great benefit that having a beautified Glen Oaks will give San Fernando, the great benefit of having a better air quality, which we already, you know, kind of highlighted today in a lot of ways. And
really adding towards the walkability and the quality of life of Glen Oaks. And so I think that is an enhancement that we need to look at for, you know, the remaining funds that we need for the Glen Oaks project. And so there's also some things that I think, you know, the outdoor mall needs. I think we should probably explore, and perhaps, again, this is another issue to bring up in the future, a more permanent way of closing down the San Fernando Mall. I think looking for a more sustainable and permanent type of mechanism to enclose the San Fernando Mall when we need to close it down for traffic, rather than these big, you know, orange barriers that, you know, it's great. I know we're penny pitching and everything, but if the San Fernando Mall is a point of pride for us, if the downtown area is a point of pride, we should probably look to making the key investments that we need in order to continue to put the focus on our downtown district and our business district. So if we're going to continue doing outdoor mall, outdoor eating, and these accommodations with closing down the streets in San Fernando Mall, I would love for us to agendize something with the Public Works as to actually drilling down to the brass tacks of what can be done in terms of like more permanent barriers, and how we can incorporate a little bit more charm and class and a better look to how we go about closing down the area. And finally, I think this is a time that a lot of people look inward, and I look at our city, you know, and of course we all have ideas how we can improve it and so forth. But I personally think that City Hall really needs a second look. City Hall itself needs a fresh coat of paint. It needs, you know, some TLC. And so I think City Council and staff should maybe be a little bit thoughtful about how we can spend money and make our City Hall more energy sustainable, more visually appealing, and a point of pride for our residents and people who come visit us. And I think that's something that we can kind of all rally around in terms of, you know, kind of restoring and renovating a place that, you know, you all kind of go to work to every day, and a place that, you know, residents kind of identify as part of the fabric of our city. And so I do want to kind of kick open those ideas to everybody. We do need funds for the rest of Glen Oaks. I think we should really consider perhaps putting a plan together about what we can do for the San Fernando Mall and the downtown area in terms of lighting and more permanent fixtures, and really trying to find out whether it's expanding our pothole buster team, giving them more hours, of allocating more hours to them or what have you. But in terms of what we need to do to clean up our streets or to, you know, make them more drivable and so forth, I understand it's a big process and there's a lot, you know, at stake. But I think these are some things that it's incumbent on us to kind of consider as a group, and give staff direction on going forward. I'm very happy that it wasn't as bad as we were all expecting. I appreciate the conservative touch that we gave, because I think it's important. Like our staff said, we can never really budget for, you know, a global pandemic. But now that we have more numbers, and now that we see how a lot of things really do need our attention, I hope that we can kind of rally around some of these points for our budget. So at that, I'll leave the rest of my comments at that.
Thank you. Well, I would like to laud everyone on the council for really maintaining a responsible budget. I think that it's something that all 5 of us have worked towards this last year and even council members prior to this. And I, like everyone on the council, recognizes that there is more work to be done. But having said that, I would like to thank staff for putting this presentation together. Mr. Kimball, I know that Mr. Pacheco said that he would like to see the funds added to complete the budget for the trees for Glen Oaks Boulevard. What would be the best time to bring something like that up? I see that the agenda item says provide staff with direction.
Sure. So, well, two things. First, I just wanted to provide an update. Council may remember that the Open Streets event isn't happening this year, and we had a grant for that, so we were actually able to reallocate those. And Julian has been working with Matt, Public Works over the Recreation. They're actually pretty close to working to get bids for bollards, more permanent bollards onto the San Fernando Road. We can't shut down the street, similar to what the Vice Mayor just said. With regards to direction, if the council would like to, the council can definitely appropriate additional funds at any time. I would personally, I would just recommend that we do that during mid-year. We look at appropriation during mid-year. And the reason being because for this current fiscal year, 2021, we actually don't really start receiving revenues for this current fiscal year until about November, because we have a 3-month lag on sales tax, and we'll get our first property tax payment in November. So we really don't, although we know we finished 1920 strong, we really don't have that good of an idea of where this current fiscal year is going. If we wait till mid-year, which is usually in February, at least we'll have 4 months of data, and we'll have a quarter and a half of sales tax data. So that's what I would suggest. That's where we typically do budget adjustments, is the mid-year process. And that's really, we're only about 3 months away from that. So that would be my recommendation. But again, council can, make a motion and appropriate funds at any time. That's part of the why you guys get the big bucks.
All right. Well, it seems like you have some general feedback then. And that being said, I believe we've concluded this item. We are now close to wrapping up our meeting. Staff communication, Mr. Kimball?
Yeah, real quick. Is there, Diego, anything on the finance side? Any staff communication? I see Julian, any staff communication?
Yes, just a reminder that our virtual Dia de los Muertos festival will start this weekend and go for 10 days. We have a virtual race. We have a kids exploration challenge. We have home altar building, and participants could just register, go to the city website, look for the activity they would like to participate in, and register online, and then turn in their times, their pictures of their altars, or participate in the kids exploration challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anything from the Public Works realm?
Other than just I will be making sure that we get the notifications up on social media, and I will also per guidance from Councilmember Mendoza, get over a copy of the notification to her, and we'll also attempt to, if we have time, to get out some more mail notifications, as Mayor Fajardo was suggesting. So we'll be working on notifications for the work to be done next week out at starting next week, the grinding and paving on Glen Oaks.
Perfect. Chief, anything from the police department?
Nothing from the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Nothing. Thank you.
Julia, you had about 40 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. Hopefully you got everything in then.
It was 4 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager.
And then just from my end, did you have an update, Julia? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No update from me. Thank you.
And then from my end, lastly, just now that we have our full executive staff team on for the first time in a number of years, We'll actually be doing a socially distanced strategic planning meeting with the executive management next Monday afternoon and Tuesday, all day Tuesday, to plan for, and actually, you know, a lot of the comments made by the vice mayor and a lot of these budget comment feedback we've been getting on Measure A and deferred maintenance and all and potholes and everything that we need to take care of. All of that we'll be discussing on a staff level and coming up with plans and how to tackle that over the next year during these strategic planning sessions and in the staffing issues that we're going to be dealing with. All that's going to be, we're going to be just sitting down and focusing on that. So that will be early next week, Monday and Tuesday. And that's all staff communication for today.
Thank you. General council comments, Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just want to thank staff and everybody for all their work they've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
I just want to say I participated in the California League of Cities and presented the vote for the city. And about the lights in the mall, I love them. It's something that I've been really wanting for the longest before I even became on council. So I'm really happy about that. And thank the Mall Association for getting that done and the city for their contribution as well, right? And just one last thing, I've already completed my first year anniversary on October 7th of being appointed on the council.
Oh, wow.
It's been great. Thank you.
Happy anniversary. Councilmember Ballin, followed by Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes, Councilmember Gonzalez and I are very proud to announce as the ad hoc committee that the mural is pretty much done. And it's going to be installed, Nick, I forgot, when is it, like November, early November?
Yeah, mid-November. The artist is going away for about a week. So we're meeting with him this week and it'll probably be about mid-November. That would be.
Okay, and I forgot, Nick, you also said we were gonna do like a little opening, ribbon cutting.
Yeah, once it's ready to be revealed, similar to a ribbon cutting, we'll have a little ceremonial event that we'll put together.
Okay, it's absolutely beautiful. Geez, I'm really happy about how it turned out. The last thing I'd like to say to the community, because I know they do listen in to the meeting after, they're not going to stay up this late usually. But when you receive a hit piece on any of the candidates, just know 99% of the time, these are not residents. They have an agenda, and their agenda is not the community. It's not the residents. It's all about them and how they will benefit. So please think about that and research the candidates, and I'm sure you'll come to the right conclusion as to who should get your vote. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank staff and council for a great meeting. Secondly, I want to congratulate the Los Angeles Dodgers for making the World Series. I was able to walk by San Fernando Brewery the other night, and I was very impressed with the atmosphere that they were able to create during a time when we need to be very socially distant and so forth. They had a respectable crowd at a great atmosphere, and it was all outside, all outdoors, and it's something that was, kind of hopeful. I definitely saw it as something that was good to see in San Fernando nightlife. Long time coming for sure. I would also like to congratulate Miss Mendoza on her anniversary. I remember that marathon interview session very clearly, and I was so happy to nominate you during that session, and I'm so happy that council confirmed you. I think you've been a great addition to city council, and I hope you have gotten everything that you wanted to get out of it so far. And so thank you for your time and all your service there.
And ultimately, I just kind of want to wrap up this session with the comments about, the rail. For the residents, I think our council is very focused on making sure this light rail makes sense for San Fernando, that it makes sense with our traffic congestion problems and with the issues around pedestrian safety. You can count on us to really address these with Metro. And I am hopeful that we're able to make something work, whether it's these multiple phases, whether it's interim improvements to our bus lines and so forth. But other than that, I'm very much looking forward to this election day 2 weeks from now, and hope everybody has a safe and happy Halloween. And Dia de los Muertos, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I had wondered what the exact date was, but it is nice to know, just to reiterate again, that it is, or that we have had a council member Mendoza's first year anniversary in the city council. And I have really enjoyed all this time that I've had to work with you over this last year. I'm just so amazed by how much you study each and every issue and how important it is for you to be aware of exactly what's going on, exactly what you're voting for. It's really interesting serving on a number of other, or serving and having served on another of other committees where it includes council members from various other cities throughout the county. And you go in to these meetings, and a lot of times you find people who aren't necessarily prepared to really engage on the topics. So there's a lot of great things that I could say about what you've done, but if I were just to name one of them, it would be your ability to prepare, your desire to know the truth, and then your commitment to understanding all sides. And having said that, with respect to what Councilmember Ballin said, these are the challenging times that we live in terms of politics. Unfortunately, I think that things will get worse before they get better. And I hope that, at least in my lifetime, we do have an era where Citizens United is overturned, and where there are restrictions on contributions from corporations, even contributions from individuals. I think that it'll be a breath of fresh air for our democracy when the main driving force of politics is the hard work and fresh ideas people have versus the connections or promises that have been made. And having said that, I believe that this concludes our general council comments and liaison updates. It is 10:37 p.m. I will move to adjourn this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Ms. Fritz.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pacheco,
Yes.
Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. We're adjourned at 10:37 p.m. Thank you all for a great meeting.
Right.